How are you guys? Awesome. My name is Rai. This is Darwin. This is Marcus. And this is Juan. Can you guys tell us your names, please?
My name is Jacob.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, Jacob.
Raise your hands one by one. Yeah, what's your name? Aliyah.
Hi, Aliyah.
Hi. Who else? Whoever just raised.
Anybody
You
else?
can say
names,
right there.
names?
My name is Liam.
Hi, Liam.
My name is Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa. Hi. Over there.
Over there.
Hi, Ethan. Over there.
No, Kaylani's right there. What?
Hi, Giovanni. And you?
Only
All right.
Macoa.
My name is Elena.
Hi, Elena. And what about you?
Hunter.
Awesome.
All right.
Hi, Eliani.
Good job.
So do we have everybody?
Most of you.
So.
All right.
So this is Darwin.
Okay. Little by little.
Why we're here.
Yeah. So now I'm gonna tell you. You probably wonder why are these people here and who are they, right? So we're here because once upon a time we were little, just like you. And when we were little, we didn't know anything about the word architecture. Have you heard the word architecture before? Yeah? Good. All right. So, and we didn't know anything. You know more than me and Marcos.
Yeah.
And all right, because we didn't know anything about that. You guys. All right. So you guys know anything about builders too? Bob the Builder, maybe you've heard of that, right? Excellent. Excellent. So we happen to be very special because we were the architects for this very space that you guys are in, with all the colors, all the paint, of course with Kelly as part of the process, and we design all of this so that this can be possible. So it's interesting because you guys are in that space and you're meeting architects, probably some of you for the first time, and our mission is to inspire all of you in one way or another so that you learn a little bit about architecture and maybe you all can become an architect one day. What about that?
Yeah.
So we have some books that we have signed and written a nice message for all of you, and we're gonna be reading the book. Well, we're gonna read one of the books, and we're gonna leave some of those books for you guys. We also have some 3D models of projects that we have done, and we're gonna pass them around so you guys can take a look at it. How does that sound?
Yeah.
All right. So I don't know if you guys can all see the book right here that we're gonna read. You can see it. So we're gonna try to make it fun. So me, Marcos, and Rai are all going to be reading a little page, and I'm gonna be moving it through, and we're gonna be reading the book. The book's called Iggy Peck Architect. Everybody says Iggy Peck Architects. All right. So
All right.
yeah, you can start. You can start.
Juan, do you want to read it?
You guys want me to read in English or Spanish?
Let's do it with English, and then maybe we can do it in Spanish after. Okay? English first. You have it in English?
Yeah, I can start.
All right, pay attention, guys.
All right, I'm gonna start, guys.
All right. So
John Iggy Peck is an architect and has been since he was 2. When he built a great tower in only an hour with nothing but diapers and glue. Good gracious, Ignatius, his mother exclaimed. That's the coolest things I've ever seen. But her smile faded fast as a light wind blew past, and she realized those diapers weren't clean.
ooh, the diapers
Not
were not
good.
clean. Marco, you can go with the next one.
Ignatius, my son,
Oh.
what on earth have you done? That's disgusting and nasty. It stinks. That's the mother. But Iggy was gone. He was out on the lawn using dirt clods to build a grayish statue. When Iggy was 3, his parents could see his unusual passion would stay. He built churches and chapels from peaches and apples, and temples from modeling clay. These are the
Temples from model.
He was already building since he was a kid, just like you guys sometimes do when you play.
Exactly.
Awesome. Oh,
Yeah.
So Marcos is gonna continue with the next one right here.
Right. So then, at dinner one night, to his father' delight, Iggy got a bright gleam in his eye, and out on the porch built the St. Louis Arch from pancakes and coconut pie, as you guys can
With
see.
pancakes, he built a whole arch right there.
Dear Ig had it made until second grade when his teacher was Miss Lila Gear. On the very first day, she had this to say: "We do not talk of buildings in here."
Ooh.
Oh,
I
wow.
want to talk about buildings.
No. Gothic or Romanesque, I couldn't care less about buildings, ancient or new. She said in her lecture about architecture that it had no place in grade 2. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, good.
That might seem severe, but she was sincere. For when she was no more than 7, she had a great fright at a dizzying height in a building so tall it scraped heaven, as you can see in the image.
Skyscrapers right there, right?
On an architect's tour of the 19th floor, young Lila got lost from the group.
Okay. She got lost from the group in the building, guys. You guys can show it. And then she was found 2 days later. Wow, the building was so big. She was found 2 days later, stuck in an elevator, eating cheese with a French circus troupe. After that day, it's quite safe to say she thought all building lovers were nuts. They thought that we were crazy. As a teacher, she taught that above all, one have to avoid buildings. No ifs and no arts and no buts. So she didn't want anything to do with buildings because she was scared. All right? As you might guess, it would cause Iggy a stress to hear such terrible talk because Iggy liked buildings, right, guys? So, but he didn't hear. He sat in the rear while building a castle of shock. He kept building because that's what he liked, right? So he kept doing more. So then the teacher says, "You, Iggy Peck, your desk is a wreck. Tear down that castle right now. You will not build in here. Is that perfectly clear? Do you need to see Principal Hall?" Ooh, no, no, no. You can keep reading the next one. No, keep reading. Okay, so keep going with it.
We're almost there.
then he said, "No, ma'am," Iggy said. He lowered his head and his heart sank down to the floor. With no chance to build, his interest was killed. Now second grade was a bore.
Ooh.
That's sad. After 12 long days that passed in a haze of reading, writing, and arithmetic, Miss Greer took the class to Blue River. Passed for a hike and an old-fashioned picnic.
Oh, picnic. Oh.
They crossed an old trestle to a small island nestled in the heart of a burbling stream, but they no sooner passed than the footbridge collapsed.
Oh, you guys see that? The bridge collapsed and they were gonna go there. What do we do?
Here, oh my! Alice kids goodbye. Her eyeballs rolled back in her head. She dropped to the ground with a big groaning sound.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
The class was amazed. They stood there quiet, dazed, uncertain of what they should do. For one bright young man was off hatching a plan, which started with Mrs. Lila's shoes. Soon each lad and lass there at Blue River Pass was working together as one.
Oh, they were working together. What did they do, guys?
No way.
I'm gonna do this one. All right, look at this. And then I'm gonna pass it to you, Marcos.
Okay.
So you can show it to them. So they can, yeah. So, and when she came to, Miss Lila Girl knew that something quite brave had been done. What was done, guys? What was built? Anybody knows what they built? No, it looks like a bridge, though. They needed to cross by, right? You see it? All right. So then she says, she looked in the air and saw hanging there a structure with cables and braces, and on the far side, beaming with pride, were 17 smiling young faces. Look at the faces of them, happy there. Bush tree roots and strings, fruit roll-ups and thins, some of which one should not mention, were stretched, ridge to ridge, in a glorious bridge, dangling from hustling suspension. Oh, a suspension bridge. Michael, you can continue there.
All right.
Oh, look what they built, guys. Look.
Wow, that's pretty big. It all became clear to Miss Lila Gear as she crossed that bridge over the stream. There are worse things to do when you are in grade 2 than to spend your time building a dream.
Oh.
And then we go, should we do it all together or?
All right, so we're going to read this part all together, the count of 3. So, 1, 2, 3.
Now every week,
at Blue River Creek, elementary in second grade, all the school kids can hear, along with Miss Greer, how the world's greatest buildings were made. The weekly guest speaker, in t-shirt and sneakers, talks of buildings from Rome to Quebec. Of course, he's the guy who builds towers from high. That brilliant young man is Iggy Peck.
Woo! That's it. Oh, wow. Yeah.
So one person makes the reading. So raise your hands who wants it in Spanish. All right, so we're gonna have Miss Rai. She's going to read it in Spanish to all of you, okay?
Just a little piece.
Just a couple of pages, okay?
Yeah.
Pedro Perfecto es un niño arquitecto y lo ha sido desde que era un bebito, cuando con solo pañales y pegamento construyó una gran torre en un ratito. Su madre exclamó: ¡ay caramba, Pedrito! Esto es lo más genial que haya visto jamás. Pero su cara cambió al sentir un olorcito y notar que los pañales traían algo más. No, bueno. Pero muchacho, ¿qué has hecho? Esto es asqueroso, esto huele mal. Pero él ya estaba construyendo en el jardín una esfinge de fango muy original.
Oh, wow.
Eso es una estatua.
Estatua.
Wow.
Cuando tenía 3 años, sus padres vieron claramente que la pasión de su hijo sería algo permanente. Hizo iglesias y capillas de manzana y melocotones, y templos de plastilina mostrando sus grandes dones. Dones es un talento.
Talento.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Para divertir a su padre, una noche a Pedro se le ocurrió una idea brillante y con tortillas y pastel de coco construyó un arco de San Luis alucinante.
Wow, look, miren el arco, grandote el arco. Okay.
Pedrito fue feliz hasta segundo grado, cuando tuvo de maestra a Eva Delgado.
Eva Delgado, la
El
profesora.
primer día, ella soltó esta frase: prohibido hablar de edificios en la clase. Gótico, románico, ¿qué más da? Que sea de moderno o de la antigüedad. Que la arquitectura, lo dejo aclarado, no tenía lugar en segundo grado.
Okay.
Good.
Keep on.
Aunque parecía severa, estaba siendo sincera. Pues cuando tenía solo 7 años, subió a un rascacielos de impresionante tamaño. Y fue tal el susto que le ha quedado el disgusto. En un paseo guiado al piso 93, la pequeña Eva se perdió una vez. Trabajaba en el ascensor, la hallaron días después comiendo queso con un circo francés. Después de aquel día no quiso ver ni en pintura a los amantes de los edificios o de la arquitectura. Como maestra enseñaba y volvía a recalcar que había que evitarlos como diera lugar. Pensarás con razón que Pedro sintió tensión al escuchar ese día tan terrible decisión, mas no prestó atención. Fue al final del salón y un castillo de tizas construyó de un tirón. Pedro Perfecto, tu puesto tiene mal aspecto. Echa abajo ese castillo, por favor. No se construye aquí. Ya lo advertí. ¿O quieres ir a ver al director?
Oh.
No, señor, dijo Pedro bajando la cabeza, y se le cayó el mundo entero a los pies. Si no podría construir ni una pieza, el segundo grado carecía de interés. Tras 2 largas semanas de tediosas clases de lectura, matemática y dictado, La señorita Eva llevó el grupo de excursión a disfrutar de un picnic anticuado.
Picnic antiquado. Oh, we have a surprise then for those that behave really well.
Vamos a hacer preguntas.
We have a quiz, preguntas. Okay.
Sigo.
Sí.
Llegaron a una isla por un puente tambaleante, en medio de un arroyo azul y burbujeante. Pero cuando el grupo completo pasó, se derrumbó el puente y la señorita Eva gritó: ¡Estamos atrapados! ¡Se acabó! Pues los ojos en blanco y cayó, con un gemido tan leve que apenas se escuchó. Por suerte fue un desmayo, no murió.
Oh.
El grupo estaba aturdido, se quedaron pensando y sin saber qué hacer por un buen rato. Pero un chico muy listo ideó un plan volando. Había que quitarle a la maestra un zapato. Enseguida pusieron todos las manos a la obra y trabajaron juntos de manera eficiente.
Wow.
Cuando la maestra Eva despertó de su zozobra, comprobó que habían hecho algo muy valiente. Miró hacia arriba y vio una estructura gigante con muchos nudos y soportes. Era un puente.
Wow. Puente.
Al otro lado, orgullosas y radiantes, estaban 17 caritas sonrientes.
Oh.
Botas, raíces y otros objetos sorprendentes, algunos de los cuales mejor ni mencionamos. Se enlazaron con cuidado para hacer un puente de lado a lado, suspendido por cordones.
Oh.
Pero la señora Eva, todo se hizo evidente cuando cruzaba al puente sobre la corriente. Hay cosas peores cuando eres pequeño que pasar el tiempo construyendo un sueño. Ahora cada semana la señorita Delgado le explica la clase de segundo grado y todos la escuchan con interés profundo. Cómo se hicieron los edificios más grandes del mundo. El orador invitado, bien casual y relajado, habla de los edificios de Roma o de cualquier lado. Por supuesto, es él, el brillante arquitecto que hace torres con pastel, Pedro Perfecto.
Hey. All right. So you guys got to listen a little story. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about the story. So what was the kid's name in English?
Raise your hands.
What was his name? What was the name I asked you to repeat with me at the beginning? Iggy Peck Architect, right? Yeah, Iggy Peck Architect. And in the Spanish version, his name was Pedro. Pedro Perfecto, okay? And what did he like to do? Anybody tell me what he liked to do? Buildings, right? He liked buildings. Good job. And the teacher didn't like it, right? The teacher wasn't happy about it. But then he saved it, right? As a team, okay? So you guys now know that architects build things and we solve problems, right? We solve problems all the time. So now, why don't we have Mr. Marcos tell you a little bit about what he does as an architect at the office? What do you guys think? Huh?
Yeah, why not? Right? So as an architect, first you need to know what the problem is. So if you want a house, then you will come to us, and then we will create little drawings similar to this.
And we're going to pass them around for you
We're going to pass it to you guys so you can draw. So this is a project that we did. And then after we have it in paper like this.
Everybody's going to have a copy, so no problem, okay?
Yeah, don't worry. We also created models like this to show the client how it will look like in the future. So I'm going to just show you this around so you guys can see it. Be careful with the model. But this is basically like if it was a house, right? Imagine yourself. You see the house? And then that's where you park. And then you go inside the house, and that's the door. You see? So now, why? So how is this called again? What did I said? It's a house, but it's also a model. It's a model. It's basically
the house. It's a sample of what the house will look like. Right?
Yep. So here you can see how it will. How imagine yourself like sitting over there in the deck and enjoying life and that kind of thing. And then there is another example here of another project.
Oh, look at this. This is a big one.
Look at this. So this is not one level. This is multiple levels.
Multiple floors. You guys see it?
And then,
wow.
check this out.
And I think it lights up.
I know. Are you guys
you
ready?
You think it lights up?
Are you guys ready?
Who wants to see
Who wants? Oh,
Look
we
at
got
that.
lights.
That's
That looks
pretty cool.
good.
I will turn it on, turn it back on.
So that's what Marcos does,
Yeah,
right?
you
Like
see
some of
that?
the things Marcos does.
For the night.
Exactly, as
Yeah.
a light maybe, right? Very good,
So
very
you see
good.
those little figurines? Those are people. So then you can see
Push back a little
how
so that
big-
everybody
yeah,
can
everybody
see.
can see it.
Okay? And we can pass it around carefully, okay?
Yep, yep. Very careful.
Sit down if you
So
want to see the
everybody can
model and
see
touch
it.
the model.
Okay. Let me pass it over here so you can see it. You see it? Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's so who knows what an architect does?
So now you know a little bit now? Yeah?
Yeah. It does glow in the dark.
So we do drawings,
Yeah.
we do models, right?
Yeah.
We design homes,
Yeah.
right?
Buildings.
We design all kinds of buildings, okay?
All right.
All right. I'll tell you one reason why we first do drawings.
Mhm.
You know why we do drawings? Because you can make a lot of mistakes in drawings and that's okay.
Yeah.
But you cannot make mistakes when the real building is built, right? Because what if it falls? That's not good, right? So we want to make sure it stands very strong. We also do engineering, calculations so that it stays strong. Right, what do you do as an architect at the office? What do you do?
I'm a designer. I also design buildings. You have houses, right? You live.
Everybody
with your
lives in a
family.
house? Yeah.
Did you like your house?
Yeah.
So that's great. So an architect, a designer, and designer make your house so you feel happy. You have a dinner table with nice windows, so that it's a place that you love and feel happy. So that's what we do. We like to talk to the client, and they tell us what they like, their family. So we make sure they have a happy place, a happy house that everybody loves.
That's right. So everything that you see around you is architecture. Can you believe that? Everything, every building, every structure is architecture. So whenever you go around with your mom and dad says, I learned about architecture and that building is architecture, that building is architecture, okay? So Juan, what do you do at work too? Tell me a little bit about what you do.
So yeah, I do the design of the architecture, and then just imagine you have the family favorite pet or family animation, so you want to live with the people, so you can imagine the house you live together. That is your design in your mind, right? And then you want to make it come true, then you need to draw it, and then you need to like try to model it, and then just get to how to say it? Just build it, and then
Exactly.
you have your dream. Your dream is come true, right?
Oh, wow.
And then you can live with your favorite pet, your favorite people, or somewhere else.
Exactly. And Mr. Juan came all the way from China to talk to you. That's a long trip. All right. So should we listen to Juan whenever he's talking? Yeah. Yeah. All right. So now you've seen a little bit, but I haven't told you what I do as an architect. I do other things. I don't know. I'm not only the one that is drawing and designing all of these things. I am in between with the clients, the building inspectors, the different communities, so that we get them approved. And we hold something called a license. You see, guys, this? I'm going to pass it around. This is my license to be able to practice as an architect. You have heard of driver's license for cars? Yeah, there's airplane pilot license too. There is a license for almost anything in the United States. Isn't that right? So in order to practice architecture, you have to have one of these licenses. So quietly, you can pass it around, and you can all take a look at it. You can pass it around, pass it around. So I talk to inspectors from the city, right? I speak with the customers, the clients, right? I speak with the builders, and we work as a team. You guys work as a team too here? Yeah? So we work as a team to make sure that... Here you go. So you guys look at it. It's a license. Let me tell you a little secret. I didn't see a license until I was about 27 years old. You guys are already ahead of me for architecture. That's what that looks like. Who wants to know what we need to do to become an architect? You want to know? All right, so let me tell you a little bit. So, Marcos, why don't you start with you?
Yeah, why not? So first you have to finish school. So elementary
important,
school and high school and all of that. Then you go to college, and then college you can just finish your career in architecture. Some people don't do architecture, some people do interior design, some people are engineers. So there are different levels, but within the same field. But if you want to become an architect, you then need to finish college first, and then do some.
So then after you finish college, and now actually you can do it while you are in college.
Yeah.
You can begin getting you hours of experience.
Yeah.
It is about 3,000 hours. That's a lot of hours, right?
Yeah.
Oof. But there is about 3,000 hours that you have to do. And then you also have to take 6 architecture exams. Everybody say 6 architecture exams. 6, show me 6. 6. All right? You also have to, the hours that you do, you work with an architect so that you can gain that experience, okay? And after you pass the exams, what's next? Anybody knows? You can talk to the state, get the state to approve your license. And the state where you live is the one that gives you the license. And then you can be an architect like Iggy Peck, architect. All right? Now, anybody has any questions? Yeah, you have a question? Yeah, tell me.
The architect has to make sure the buildings need to do more construction work.
That's right. So they have to be structurally sound. They have to stand, and we do all that. But we are a team. We work all together. All right? Yeah, you have a question there?
When you don't have a car, you have to use a bus.
That's right. That's actually true. Very important. Or you can
And when
walk.
you have a house, you have to sleep on the streets. So is it important to have a house and to have architects?
That's true. Very
You don't
important.
want to sleep outside. You like your bedrooms, right? They look pretty.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Or you can sleep in a car.
Yes. All right. So we're gonna be leaving you with. Oh, really? So one thing. So when you get that license that you guys see there, you also get a stamp. Who likes stamps? Who wants to get their hands stamped? Wouldn't that be fun? So we're going to have your hands, if that's okay with you and your moms, with a little stamp, okay? And it's going to have the architect's license. And that's important because at the end of every project, we put our stamp. So think about this. The stamp is really like your logo of the fact that you've done something responsibly. You've done the very best that you could do. It's like your signature. It's like your name, right? So everybody is going to get a little bit of a stamp. And Rai has a question here.
I have a question, guys. We haven't told you what's the most important part of being an architect or anything that you want to become in life. Anybody? Can
Anybody?
answer?
What's the most
What's
important? That's
the
a
most
big one.
important part? The most important part. Anybody?
All right, let's
So,
see. What
the
is
most
it?
important part, you have to love what you do.
That's right.
You have to be happy. You have to have fun. And then everything will be easier. And that's why we have all these beautiful buildings that everybody likes. And they're functional, right? You like where you study here. It looks nice. It's functional. Everybody's happy. Everybody's learning. So what's the most important part of being an architect?
You have to have passion and love what you do.
You have to
right?
love what you do.
You have to love what you do. Oh, of course, because who's going to sit down and cut all these beautiful models if they didn't love it, right? Who would be sitting down and drawing all of these things if they didn't love it, okay? So we got the stamp, right? We got the license, right? We've seen all those parts, and very important. And guess what? If lucky, and if you work consistently, you can win awards, get recognized, and change the entire world one building at a time. Imagine that. As a matter of fact, on this same street, we already have 2 buildings that we worked on. There's one down the street and another one in here. That's a lot, right? In Dorchester, we've done entire neighborhoods.
Does anybody wants to become an architect?
Yes! You see, that's very good. So now we can pass around these drawings to you, and if you have crayons, you can color and you can have fun, okay? Sounds good? And thank you, Kelly, for having these amazing architects come over here. She's the best. She's the best. And we have some little pamphlets with some little drawings that we've done, okay? So everybody gets one.
We might come back with a prize.
So whoever does the best coloring, we may come back with a prize.
You gotta show us that you love what you're doing, that you're very talented.
We're gonna give it to her, and she's gonna give it to the class.
You can show your parents.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you. All right. So we can't forget at the very end of everything, we gotta put our stamp, right? So who wants a stamp? Who wants a stamp? I have a stamp right here. All right, let's do a little line. Let's do a little line, and you're gonna get a stamp.
So pick your favorite colors, put your name next to the building.
Mia, you want a stamp?
And if you like, you can join
Be
us.
first if you're leaving.
That's gonna be your future.
Let me test it out. Is there a piece of paper I can test it with? No, a piece of paper. Something is not right. Hold on one second. Hold it on.
I don't know how many we have.
Oh, now I get it. Okay. All right, so we got the first one.
Mia.
Okay. Woo! You got a stamp. Anybody else?
Go, Mia.
Okay, we got a stamp right here. Ooh, you like it? Okay, we got a stamp right here.
You got a stamp.
Woo! Let me see another one.
We're gonna give you a book so you can take it home.
No, they want to leave it here.
Or later. Okay.
They're going to leave it here so they can read it here. All right.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Okay, good job. Good job. Let me see.
You got a stamp.
Good job. Let me see. Good job. You get a little stamp. Good job. There you go. Is that fun? Oh, sorry. Let me do it again. It didn't happen. Okay.
Come on, Jennifer.
Okay, it's getting stuck. Hold on. I'm going to fix it. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Going to fix it. I'm going to make it easier now. So we're going to unlock it. Then take this off. All right, this is better like that. Good job. Next hand. You got it already? Okay. Good job. Then this. Good job. You get a stamp. Next one. Everybody got it? You still? Okay. Good job. There you go. Who else wants stamp? You? Okay. Good job. Let me fix it again because he's losing the ink. This is a very sophisticated stamp, right? Is it funny? It's kind of funny. Oh, something happened with the stamp? Let me fix this. It's probably got stuck. I'm sorry. Let me unlock it real quick. And then lock it. Oh, it scratched you a little? I'm sorry. Let me fix it so that it doesn't have to do that anymore.
They have.
Oh, it didn't? Good job. Okay, next one. Here you go. Here you go. Next one. Oh, watch out. Don't break it. You got it already. You have one. Is somebody missing? Anybody missing a stamp? Let me see your hand. Good job. Anybody else missing?
Come on.
Good job. Anybody else missing? Good job. Anybody else? Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay, everybody good?
La mía.
Yo tenía que traer la vieja. La tradicional era la que yo tenía que traer.
Darwin, te falta uno.
Un buen mozo.
Okay.
Kid arquitecto.
Good job.
Anybody wants a second prize?
All right. You know how to use that?
I need this.
Thank you. Hello everybody, my name is Darguin Fortuna and I am one of the principals and architects of Flow Design Architects. Here we are at one of our projects for our loved clients, Chris Alexandro and Jeanette Alexandro. We want to show you all of the remarkable things that we did for this project on Flow Design TV. Follow me. Darguin Fortuna. I'm one of the architects from Flow Design Architects, and we're here with Chris Alexandro and Jeanette Alexandro at her property. Beautiful home that we all put together as a team. And let's talk a little bit about the process and how it all came together, and a little bit about you too, what you guys do.
Sure. So I'm a builder, rehab, do just about everything. Started off, believe it or not, doing cabinetry.
Really?
Back many moons ago, or should we say another lifetime ago, right? But here I am today. I mean, I love what I do.
I used to do interior design,
Excellent.
and I'm also in the restaurant industry. I own a restaurant. My husband and I used to do restaurants together for about 30 years, and then about 8 years ago, my husband went back into construction, and I run restaurants full-time, as well as I also work with a nonprofit as well. And I help him in regards to design for our own homes, as well as a lot of the construction properties that he does.
We know a little bit about your background, but how did you come into moving here? What was the reason? Where did you live before? What triggered this project, right?
So what triggered the project was we decided to
Downsize.
We decided to downsize. We were already living in the town, and we had decided that we wanted to get something a little bit smaller. And it was supposed to be just us and one of our children living with us.
Yeah.
But then things changed a little bit, and we still downsized, but not quite as small as we were going to
How
go.
many square feet was the previous house?
Our previous house was 6,000.
Yeah.
A little over 6,000.
This one is?
About 4,000.
I think it's a little more, right?
Maybe a little bit more, but around 4,000.
Sure.
But what we fell in love with this property was the property itself. And I was looking for a change. Our previous home was more of a colonial,
Yeah. Neoclassic design.
neoclassic design, you know, your typical New England home. And when we walked into this house, we saw the potential of a more modern contemporary style home. And we saw the potential that it had to be what it is today.
This is true. So, and Darwin really brought it together when we invited him over
Right.
to walk through the property with us. I mean, one of the things that we still talk about is when we walked through and we started looking at some of the things, and it was obvious what was going on here. We started poking holes in the walls, and the realtor's like, "You don't own the house yet. What are you doing? Stop!"
Well, the thing is, I didn't even know that you I didn't know
didn't
what
know.
the closing was, and,
Yes.
and I know we got a crazy timeline, so I was
That's
like,
right. That's right.
So,
We had a very
you know,
tight
So we
timeline.
wanted to hit the ground running.
That's
So
right.
as soon as we closed, we start demo right away.
yeah, that
That's
was
right.
quick. That
So
was
right.
quick.
yeah, demo was very fast, and as we opened up the walls, then we found all the little problems from one corner to the other. But you know something? I'm happy we did, because we went down to bare studs. You know, new insulation, new plumbing, new wiring, new everything.
The only room we didn't touch in the entire house was one bathroom, and even that room, we still changed the windows in that
windows are-
bathroom.
Yeah.
And you know, we gave Darwin a checklist of everything that we wanted and everything we'd like in the house,
Yeah,
and
remember we had the list of
the wants and the needs.
exactly, and
Yeah.
and the budget, and I was like, that budget.
The budget came and went.
Yes, yes. it did.
We started off with a budget.
I
and
could tell, by the way, when I saw the Pinterest board, I was like, okay.
Yeah, we
Well-
exceeded that budget by 120%.
But I'll tell you one thing about it, though. It happened within the pandemic, right? So
Yeah.
prices, and as we know, even today, inflation, right?
Correct.
Prices started
That
going
affected.
through the roof.
Yeah.
So I would say that really impacted a lot. And you were working when a lot of people were shut down, so there was a premium to just that. right?
Correct. Yeah.
Even to get the permit, right? That's a process that,
Yes.
that normally takes time. And you actually did it pretty quickly. The permit.
Yes, we did. Luckily,
Yeah, the permitting part was easy. It was
Getting our
the
product.
material.
Getting our materials.
We waited 8 months for our siding because of the Royal, what's it called? Pacific Blue.
correct.
The Certainty Pacific Blue was back ordered.
Our appliances. Our appliances was almost a year.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking 2022 now.
Yeah.
We
Right.
started all the way back
2020.
2020,
Yeah.
October
Yeah.
or so
Yeah.
of 2020.
Yeah, we purchased the property in the end of August, right? And we started demolition, interior in September. And then, like you said, October is when we really kind of started doing everything else. And then everything started, and then March, pandemic.
Boom.
That was it.
Yeah.
Everything, from there, it was like, what are we doing? And we were hands-on. We were both in here,
Yep.
demoing ourselves.
All
and-
of our contractors, I mean, we have history with, and they were all here
with us.
with us in the trenches, as we say.
Yeah.
In
that respect, we were very lucky that
That's
all of our
true.
contractors.
I saw the team that you had because I came in for a couple of visits, one of which we're probably gonna get into. But they were very committed to that collaboration and listening and going through things.
Yep.
We actually were drawing on wood and on the walls little
course.
sketches of how to make things work.
That's right.
That's
One
the
thing
best
that
place.
people think that the design process ends when the drawings are finished, and I think that that's
Definitely not.
probably halfway through, because the rest of the design continues after
That's
and,
right.
and continues. You told me earlier on that you're working on the house every single day. There's just so much more that you see, and that's the potential that you see. So
Especially when you're doing something that's a rehab, a renovation project, because you don't know what you're going to find. Like for instance, the bar area, we found a cavity that was a space that was just an open space.
That's right.
So then we said,
back through there.
right.
Just
So
a void.
so
What?
there was a
Why?
voided space.
Why?
So one of the guys was like, "Hey, Jeanette, this space is like, there's nothing here." I said, "Okay, rip it out." What I do, I went over there with a hammer and I ripped it out.
Yeah.
And I called my cabinet guy and I'm like, "Okay, we need another
us a cabinet.
Build us
Yeah.
a cabinet. Useful space.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We had this, we had issues. Well, when you did the design, I didn't know that I was going to get that great room space that I have upstairs.
That is
and I'm
huge.
very happy that I got
Huge.
that. I wasn't sure about that.
yeah, it was
There
it
was-
was almost, it looked too good in plan to be
Right.
true.
Right.
So
Until
as I
it
saw
came
it being put together too, I was like,
Right.
yeah, it does work. And then we also gained some space for closets for the girls.
That's correct.
For the two front
For the
bedrooms.
bedrooms.
So I was like, well, so Sophia and Anna don't have to fight. They all have a little bit.
That's
of
right.
course, Katerina got a whole lot, but
Yes.
She's got. That's another master suite.
exactly. But
Yeah.
that was a plus in the front deck. Deck
Front
that you
area.
have. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have that,
Yeah.
that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was fun. But there was all of these little things that we found. Like when you decided that idea of flushing the floors
Yeah.
at the entrance.
Yes.
Yes.
That was amazing.
That
Yeah,
was.
because now we gained space there.
We had steps and things
Yeah.
like that, and we're like, what?
I mean, this house originally only had 2 bathrooms.
2 full bathrooms.
2 full bathrooms. Now this house has 3 full bathrooms and 2 half bathrooms
That's right. Yeah.
that we created that space with everything with putting those dormers that we put in and creating the space that we did downstairs with those steel beams that we put in and all that different work that came into play.
To those who are not in the construction field, when you start explaining how when open up those walls and you create this open space, nobody can fully appreciate what was there and what it is now.
Yeah.
I think the best compliment I got was when the prior owner came through
Oh wow.
Yes.
and she's looking and I don't recognize my own house.
Wow.
That's what she was saying to us. I don't recognize my own house. And she asked me, can I videotape? Because the boys, her children, aren't going to believe how you've transformed this house to a modern home today, which was, I think, the biggest compliment to both Jeanette and I, and of course you know?
Yeah, no, it came together pretty nice.
And
Yeah.
and we recently, our youngest just graduated high school, like I said to you earlier, and we recently just had a party, with all of our family and friends and everybody. And really, it's truly the first time since the pandemic that we've really had anything because nobody's ever been here. And we both felt like we were like tour guides because everybody's like, we want to see the house. We were like passing in the hallway, and but it, like Chris said, it was a compliment that everybody was like, loved it, and even down to like, as you said, the Pinterest board that I did, because in the old days, showing my age a little bit, I used to do these big poster boards with, each of my rooms and my cutouts and everything else. So I had
A
my
collage
Pinterest.
of all the
Yes,
But
yes.
that's what the customer wanted.
Right. So
And
that's what the customer wanted. So that's what
to
I
be able
used
to
to
get
do.
that vision.
So for my own house, I did my Pinterest boards, right? And my materials, and like I wanted natural, white oak I did, and my grays, but warmer grays that could still take the browns, so that they don't, so it's not too trendy, so that the styles will last. So yes, grays are changing, but the grays I have are more brown grays, that kind of, you keep those colors and stuff. And when I look at the house, I feel relaxed when I come to this house. It's comfortable. Like my bedroom, I wanted to feel like I was walking into a hotel room all the time. And that's how I feel when I walk in that room. It's comfortable. I just, the first 25 years of our marriage was more that, traditional, we'll raise the kids and everything. Now this next 25, I want it to be more, just simple lines and relaxed.
In order to get that whole hotel feel, you need to have my bath towels ready, the candy on the pillow.
Well, it's pretty close to that.
bathrobes.
It's already pretty close to that. Everybody that knows us knows it's pretty close to that.
Oh, yeah. So, I realized early on when I came here that this was the real deal too, because we get a lot of calls and a lot of things, and we're like, do they really mean what they say, right? Do they, hearing that you said that you came from a very traditional home, and seeing everything on the board, me, Julio, and the entire office,
Right.
we were looking at it, we're like, is it that the same person got hit with a hammer or fell and has amnesia?
No.
They don't know what they like anymore, and it was like a complete change. And I kept asking that, like,
Right.
like what happened there? Because that's something, But then I also see the fact that you do appreciate design. You have a design background. You're an interior designer,
Right.
which we can see all throughout, and that translation of design and the shift of lifestyle was going
Right.
together,
Right.
But the consensus too was fun too throughout the whole process on how to get consensus between the two of you. I was a little bit of a referee sometimes on a
Yes.
good way. So it's like, do you
Well-
think this here or that there?
Well, one example is the Four Season room, my black ceiling.
Yeah.
My husband was dead set against my black ceiling. Do you know that he loves it now? And everyone that sees that black ceiling loves it.
Yeah, no,
They're just appeasing you.
They love it because it's, it makes that room pop.
And there are all of these questions and all of these details that people don't think about when they're
Right.
doing a project, right?
Right.
Like they can you can dream and overlook
Yeah.
all of these different details,
Well-
from the trim work, the paint color.
Yeah.
Well, that's
the
right.
hand-
Well, even our
the-
doors,
So,
they
hold
messed
on.
up our doors and we had to paint them again.
So we're talking about trim work, right? So you came to me with a design that you wanted that you had a vision of what you wanted to see there. So, of course, it was a little too far. We had already gone too far for me to do that design. So I seeked out
Something that was similar.
that was similar. And we came up with this. Now, guess what? This house that I'm building here today, I'm using the same exact trim.
It's beautiful, and I'm glad because you got to learn that style and
That's right.
reworked it and made it unique too because it's completely different.
Right.
I actually saw something because I guess I push people that direction and they find another solution,
Right.
and they did something like that, and it was uncommon too. It was actually bigger, wall based, but they also did the same idea.
Right.
That we
Yeah.
do. So there are all of these different details nobody really thinks about, but you
Right.
guys were very good at thinking about the railing color, the style, the wood at the top of the railing.
Yeah,
Right.
You know, the-
Yeah.
all of the
You
different
know how long
alignments.
it took us to find that top rail, the right top rail of what we wanted, before we ordered the railing, because we wanted to make sure that was exactly, because we knew what we wanted. We knew what we needed to match, to make it look. We didn't want to pull in everybody kept trying to give us that more traditional look. We didn't want that.
Yeah.
We wanted to stay that modern, look.
Yeah.
And, even like my doors, all the doors, I had an idea of what I wanted. I wanted that frosted glass door look,
Of course,
and
you wouldn't
everybody
pick
was
the
like,
most expensive doors out there.
but it makes the house.
It does. I
It
agree.
finishes it.
I agree.
If I
I
had
agree.
done any other type of door,
It would have not.
You
it
would
wouldn't
have
have-
sold yourself very short.
Yeah.
to what
That's
really
right.
the promise.
That's
agree.
right.
And that's
it's
why you're
not-
taking your time. You say
and
you're
it's-
still
that's-
developing
that's
this home,
right.
right? There's,
Yeah.
That's right.
There's the yard. There is all
That's
of this.
right.
The
That's right.
irony. The irony here is actually that
Right.
you love the pond and the fish outside, right? So there are things to a house that go beyond the house, and they don't make noise to those things that came before.
That's right.
The landscape was there before.
That's
so
right. But like
working
we've tweaked that front landscape. Like we put that walkway in there now, and we've added all that different planting and different things like that. Out back, we fixed this deck. We did the railing. Now we're getting ready in the fall. We're putting a patio right here with our pizza oven and everything else. You know, finishing that because now we're finally getting to the outside of the house to finish the outside of the house.
And one thing I hear a lot of people when they downsize, I have heard is, you know, the main is like they wanted to live more and work less on the house, right? So you guys are actually enjoying both because this is what you do.
Yeah. Right.
You love building, you love construction,
Right.
you love all of those different things. So you're doing it in a pace that doesn't feel like, oh, I'm exhausted. I don't really want to touch this, you know.
Right.
So that's that. Now, do you still love the house enough that you don't want to sell it? Because I know you were like, I'm gonna flip it and sell it.
Listen. I do love the house. I think it came out amazing. There's not one aspect of this house that I would change, that I have regrets and say, oh, poor puppy, that I would say, I should have done this. There's not one aspect here. Everything that we did to the detail, the way it was envisioned. And that's the compliment. You know, one thing I do have to add, right? In the beginning of this whole process, I called my friend Peter and I said, Peter, you need to find me an architect that understands contemporary architecture. And he said to me, you know what he said to me? I've got just the guy. I've got just the guy for you. And also my other friend Costa, he too, you've done work for him too, come to find out, not knowing that you've done work for him. But yeah, I've seen his garage that you designed for him. And
because a lot of other architects in this area, because again, this area is more of a colonial area. Traditional.
Yeah,
they don't understand
they don't have the vision.
The vision of, you know, that modern contemporary type look.
Yeah, and it was challenging to get the call because
Industrial.
when I got your call, I looked at the timeline, right? I looked at the fact that you hadn't actually closed on the property and you hadn't sold your home, which you're gonna in the process of selling. And I looked at again how bold and ambitious it was, even in the negotiation of the contract process. She said something that really stuck with me, and she's like, "You do want to do my home. It's going to be the best piece of your portfolio." And I'll say right now, to date, is the best piece of our portfolio.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
So that was like, I looked when I was talking to you on the phone. I looked at everybody at the office, and I was like, they deserve this opportunity. This is an opportunity that comes only once in a lifetime, right?
Right.
So and we're really grateful for that whole entire process, you know. And
you
again,
were also very patient with us as well too.
I became enamored with you, the two of you. You know, that's why I'm always checking your Facebook and all the happy moments.
Yeah,
all in her
correct.
birthday in December and
Yeah,
things like that.
thank you.
You know, did you get her something nice? You know, things like that. No, you know, there were like a lot of fun things that just. This house, you say you wouldn't change anything, but for somebody else, it's not the house.
Right.
It's for you. It's exactly the house for you, for the dog, for the girls,
Right.
for you, for everything that you want. You know, the request of having a shower that you both can fit in, right? There are all of these different things.
That was a checklist of Jeanette's,
was
wasn't
a
it?
It was a must. This is
It was
one
a
thing
must,
we
yeah.
You were
do.
taken back by that, weren't you?
I was like, yeah, it was, yeah. Well, I mean,
But that's why we're married as long as we are.
there are things like that work. You know, everybody has. If you don't create your own journey and your own story and your own habits that work for the two of you,
Yeah.
there's not. You know, there's nothing that tie you together. Like that's a tradition you guys have.
Yeah.
But throughout, I know there was a big compromise on all of these different things. Even with the mirror, I was gonna go. You compromised.
yes.
Now, I
that's
need your
right,
opinion
that's
here.
right.
Is this mirror should it be centered on
That's
this,
right.
or should it be centered on
That's
that?
right.
And I was like,
That's right.
oh my goodness, I get all these questions, and
But you know what?
the irony is too that I get a lot of questions, and over time, the more I'm in the business, I get more questions. But a lot of people assume that I really know all the answers. I don't, right? Like I really don't. Like I get questions about structures and questions, and I'm like, I have no idea. But I'm going to be honest about what I think should be the direction. So, and that's all I would do with you.
You know, the client already has the answer. You just need to help them sort it out.
Because
know that.
you have
And
options
I know.
too. You were
I
like,
know.
there are
I know
these
this. I
options.
deal with this too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And I go through the checklist of pros and cons.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, this checks the most boxes. I probably will do that. But I would actually walk away and call you back and say, I'm actually rethinking it. I think if you, even with the overhang of the dormers, right?
Oh, yeah, I
You call
remember
me. I
that.
was actually in the Dominican Republic, and you call me, and I wouldn't know answer because it was a long distance call. I know T-Mobile was gonna kill me, but I was like, huh. They're amazing. They're calling me even on these details that they could have resolved, and it's not exactly what we were drawing, but the intent's still there.
Correct.
But
And,
guess
and any
what?
other person would
It
have
was a-
overlooked it. You
It
didn't.
was a compromise that we made from your plans.
Yeah.
And guess what? It looks
Came out
amazing.
amazing.
And do you know my neighbor across the street wants to do the same exact thing to his house?
Wow.
yeah.
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 The
That's
guy
another
that- actually,
compliment.
the gentleman-
Copying is the best.
Oh,
the
yeah.
gentleman that you just saw outside, he wants us to go take care of all of his windows, his roof line,
Yeah.
and do everything like we did to our house, the exterior.
That's what I was just going to say about the exterior. It took us 2 months at least,
Before
if
we
not
came with
more,
up with a plan.
before we came up with a plan for the colors outside. Not only the
scheme.
colors, the scheme, how many colors we were going to use,
Mm-hmm.
cost effectiveness. I had a plan what I wanted. Like I wanted that brown, and I made Chris find a way to make that brown happen because there was no way I wasn't going to have that on the house.
Yeah.
Because it had to be on there to make this house look the way it needed to look. You know?
There were you really also had a picture, and that picture is almost like a scratch ticket. It was all more and more revealing itself as you were doing it, but you did have a good direction
Right.
from the very beginning as to where you needed to go.
Right.
That's also why the deadline wasn't so pressing on me when you call me, because I was like, well, they do have a design sensitivity. They do know what they're looking for. So I'm not and so to some extent I didn't have to do a lot of babysitting,
Right.
So I was like, well, we can come up with the layout and we can come up with the design,
Right.
knowing that they get the permit, they get things moving, and the exterior finishes can be worked out as they go, and
That's
they can
right.
figure that part out.
That's right.
So that's what I mean also on the design process. That is, the traditional architect dictates what everything must be.
Right.
Versus us, that's why
We did a
We're very
collaboration.
fluid from the very beginning. We're like, it's not my house.
Right.
You actually know my house, so it's
Right.
not my.
That's
It's
right.
completely different
That's right.
style, right? So I don't want to be biased about what it must be because it's my house, my design. It's your house, right?
Yeah.
Every part of it is your house.
Every detail.
is what you
Right.
like. So tell me more about that initial mandate. Like break down what the because a lot of people want to know what was your direction, Darwin. What was it they asked you to do?
So
You
the
started off with
original
the
so the
checklist.
original design of the house had 3 bedrooms on the first floor and 1 bedroom upstairs and a lot of wasted space. And so we wanted a first floor master. We wanted a half bath because there was no half bath.
That's right.
A private master bedroom, an office, private office, a walk-through master closet, which there wasn't anything like that on here.
Yeah.
We
All on
wanted
the first floor.
all on the first floor. We wanted all that on the first floor.
So like your suite is all of the first
Correct,
floor. Right?
correct. On the second floor, we wanted a laundry room. We wanted additional 2 more bedrooms to make it so that there was 3 bedrooms upstairs, an additional bathroom, and that was all that we specifically wanted, like must-haves.
That's right.
Then we were like, whatever
got into
else, as we got into it and as you designed everything, you're like, well, where there's enough room that we can fit, a great room, which we didn't know we were going to be able to get that space. So that was huge. I was so happy to have that space. Then the laundry room was big enough that we're like, we don't need this whole thing to be a laundry room. So we turned that into another half bath. And the closet was originally designed, like a linen closet inside. I put that on the outside. So that
is
way
nice, yeah.
so now everybody can
The
access
kids'
that.
linen.
Yeah, the kids' linen. And then my daughter Katarina's bedroom, which was the original master, because we put a dormer there, we were able to give that a walk-in closet. And that's actually a second master in this house.
A full walkthrough.
Full walk-through closet, just like we have downstairs. So basically, it mimics the master bedroom downstairs. It's
And that was the
basically
only
same.
bathroom that we didn't really touch.
And that's the only bathroom that we didn't really touch. downstairs, you were able to give me the half bath that we asked for. You were able to give me the hidden office, which I'm very happy, like nobody knows it's there. My walk-through closet, the master bedroom with a tray ceiling, which
To give it a little
the
design
master bedroom is
aspect.
the only room in the entire house that has a low ceiling.
It was something that we from the beginning were having a
Right.
struggle
That's
with.
right.
Right.
Even on the buying of the house, you were
That
very
was-
compressed by that.
Right.
Because they
'Cause
have
our
really
old-
nice ceilings.
Right,
in the
our old
previous
house. Yeah, in our old house, we had a nice big tray ceiling in the master bedroom, and we had tall
And I got to
ceilings.
see the house actually.
Yes.
I went right
That's
before
correct.
you were moving. Actually, you were in the process of moving.
That's correct.
Show me the Venetian texture,
Correct.
the space with where the
Yeah,
TV is
'cause we
hidden
built
with
that
the
house.
art. So I got
Yeah.
to see all of that, and seeing it was even more shocking because you were telling me, oh, I had a traditional house. Let me send you the Zillow for
Listing,
it.
yeah.
But going there and seeing it, I was like, they are completely different people. This is just not.
But that was
But that's
that
who
was
we are.
But that was 12 years of our life, that house.
Yeah.
And the house before that was even more different than that house.
Wow.
So every house we've ever done, we've always done different.
See, that's the
the house
thing-
before
that's the
that,
thing
we
about
had a
us.
rounded staircase. We had
curved
We had a
staircase,
curved
yeah.
staircase.
Yeah.
We had a back staircase. We had a whole mahogany with ebony inlay built in the previous house before that. So every house we've ever done, we've always changed.
That's our challenge.
That's our challenge. We like change. We're not a couple that we got to be creatures of habit. That's not us. We like the change. So
Yeah,
that's
no,
very
but I do
different
see
for us.
certain patterns because you are who you are, right?
Right.
So the shower still has to fit the two.
That's
I
right.
get
That's
that.
right.
That
That's
part.
right.
Even though
That's right.
it's not the
Like
same
that,
idea.
the shower still has to fit both of us. I still need closet space. I still need so I had a big pantry in my old house. If you know, so I don't.
anything.
If anything, maybe I missed that, but I have one in the Four Seasons
you
room
were
that I
able to
turned
create
into.
that, yeah.
I was able to take a closet that was in there that they weren't doing anything with, the previous owners, and I turned that into a pantry here.
Wow.
So I was able to take space that wasn't being utilized well from the previous owners and turned that into space that I utilized for me. Because I do like to entertain. I love it. You know, I'm Italian, my husband's Greek. How can you not entertain?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, and all of those things are what make us happy. You know, and I love, Christmas time. That's my favorite time. Of
Yeah,
year.
we can see that.
So
the photos that you shared.
this house, my Christmas decorations fit amazing compared to the old house. I had four
How many
I had 4 Christmas trees this year.
Oh my.
Full
goodness.
size.
Full-size Christmas
I
trees.
wish I was here.
And they looked phenomenal.
Yeah, yeah.
They looked phenomenal.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
But we did mitigate the ceiling situation with that solution that we had, and that was also the structural challenge of finding columns and these little rooms that they had, right? That they were very small bedrooms actually.
Yes.
And we're opening that up and creating that complete openness throughout with
Correct.
this massive beam that we have in the space, which was it was a challenge for me,
Right.
for the framer too, which is good to work with somebody that has the patience to work through it and get that tray ceiling. It's actually deeper than what I thought you were gonna get. I thought you were gonna probably get 4 inches. I think
I have
it's
a
like
story
8
there.
inches. Yeah.
So we bring that steel beam in, 6, 7 of us.
Yeah.
We walk it in, we get it up into place, temporary post it. It's Friday, 3 o'clock. Puts a caution sign up around it. It says, "Okay, Chris, see you later." I'm like, "Where you going? We gotta fix this thing." "It's fine, don't worry. See you Monday." I'm like, "Jeez." I'm worried now somebody's gonna come in and knock the thing down and the beam's gonna fall. Because, this thing is...
That can kill a person. It's really horrible. Yeah, it's
huge.
heavy, yeah.
But yeah, that thing is hidden in there. No one would even know that steel beam even exists in there. But that's what we needed, to make that, get that clear span.
So thank you for sharing this moment with me. Actually, it brings all of these memories, and there's probably unlimited memories.
Of
to this.
course.
Oh,
Thank you for
it's extensive.
for
Yeah, it's
inviting
just-
us here. I always have to say, you mentioned me and you mentioned us as a team, but the flow team at the office, they were on it.
Of course they
on
were.
the Zoom meetings, they were involved with the Revit
Yes.
model. Julio was right on it too.
That's right.
Julio
Julio.
made the magic happen
Yes.
too. So oftentimes I do want to always shine the light on all of them because my job is to capture all of these things that you really want and make sure they understand that this is really critical
That's
and
right.
why it's a must. That checklist, we make sure that it's a must, but they really do their part, just like
Yes.
your builder does the other part, right? Like,
Right.
you know, you were
Well,
here
I mean-
directing the orchestra,
Yeah.
but they were patient enough even to locate the lights in the place that you wanted
Correct.
and how you
Yeah.
wanted it. You know?
Well, that I will agree, because when we did come down to your office to look at the initial designs, I think it was Julio that showed us everything with you and everything. So
It's
yes,
very
they did.
attentive.
Yeah, they were
very
very attentive, and they did do a great job.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Everybody, Darguin Fortuna here from Flow Design Architects. We have a special guest today, an architect that I met by a serendipity, I guess, right, with the SFX group connecting there, and we hit it off. We hit it off right away. So Jeremiah Russell, tell us a little bit about you, what you do, and
Sure.
everything.
Yeah, my name is Jeremiah Russell, and I'm principal architect of Rogue Architecture, based out of Little Rock, Arkansas. I'm also the head contractor for Rogue Construction, and I also own a development company as well called Rogue Community Development, where we work to design and build multifamily affordable housing projects in all the states that I'm licensed in.
You have a
10.
handful.
We've got a few things going on, yeah, one or two.
I was wondering where the name Rogue came from.
So when I first got licensed and started my own firm, it was just Jeremiah Russell, architect.
Yeah.
And
Which is very typical. People use their names.
right, yeah, I know it. You know, I've got a ton of friends all over the country that's the name of their firm. Is just their name, architect. But I knew I wanted a name that was not mine, because the work that we do, it's not about me. It's not about my ego or my pride. It's about the client, making sure that they're being served and making sure that we're creating something that that not only are they going to be happy with, but adds something to the quality of the neighborhoods that we design and build in as well. But I also didn't want to keep doing the same things that architecture firms were doing, have been doing since the Egyptians, which is, you get a client, you hire staff, you have to get an office, you have to hire more staff, you have to get a bigger office. It's sort of this monster that has to keep being fed. And so when I was thinking about that, sort of not wanting to keep doing the same thing that everybody else has been doing, but do something different, so that we could serve our clients more flexibly and more efficiently as well. And that's kind of when I stumbled onto Rogue. And if you look up the definition, if you sort of skip the first definition, which is a little disparaging, and go to the second one, it simply means someone who does not conform, someone who does not fit a mold, and thinks and works and operates outside of the box. And so that's what I like to think that we do, is we don't ever want to be happy with just the way we've always done things. We always want to improve, we always want to move further, and ultimately help more people through architecture, through good design.
So I can see, we hit it off ever since we met.
Yeah.
And the definitions that you just mentioned they just ring true to me the same way, right? Flow is the same idea. We don't want to just be within this mold of what the profession already had been forever, right? So we want it to be fluid and flexible, right? And that's another reason why we never named it Darguin Fortuna or Marco Severino, because one, I don't think of myself so highly to have my name on brands, right? Like, I want to be humble on that end, right? And then living to that standard of it's my name, it's my ego, it's my project. In fact, whenever I hear somebody using those terms about a project, my name, my color, my design, that actually gives me a little bit of anxiety, because I think that there is a landscape that's bigger than me. There's a world that's bigger than me.
Yeah.
And it's what's my contribution as part of a team to the world, right?
Yep.
So that's exactly the reason for Flow, exactly the reason why it's not my name or Marcos's name, exactly the reason why we're fluid, right? It's all about the client and the environment and the world and what we think is best as a team. So oftentimes I don't even know who the owners of the projects really are. Like I'm the architect because the title of the architect's there.
Right.
But sometimes I'm
It's
like,
your
well, the
creative work,
framer told me about X. The plumber said something about X. The client said this.
Sure.
Her grandmother said this,
Yeah.
and all of it was synthesized
Sure.
in a project that is this project, But I only put this.
Yeah. All synthesized through the process of design, which is hopefully more times than not a collaborative effort.
Exactly. So that's how it all came together. But why architecture? Going back, right? Let's go back in there.
Oh man, that was there was never a plan B. I'll just simply put it that way. I've wanted to be an architect ever since I was a little kid. First trip I ever took to a city, my mother and my grandmother spent most of the day yelling at me because I was in the cab with the window rolled down and my head sticking out looking up at all the buildings.
Oh.
And so, as a kid, I was just fascinated by these great edifices that are in our cities, and how were they built? Who built them? And it's only gotten more of an obsession as I've gotten older. So yeah, there was pretty much architecture. That was,
On that one, we don't necessarily agree. The journey, mine was serendipity completely, right? So we were actually chatting about it. It was trying to decide what to do after graduation from high school, getting all together and figuring out what the path may be. And I'm like a little bit like, monkey sees, monkey does. So one of my friends was like, I'm gonna go to architecture, and I was frightened by the next step from high school, which is everything you've ever known.
Sure.
And then something completely new. So I piggybacked. I said, I'm gonna do whatever you're doing, and we're gonna try to stick together, and we're going to the same city, so we might as well create a pack and get together. Then the guy bails out and says, no, I'm homesick. I'm going back home, and I'm gonna change careers, I'm gonna change schools. And I'm like, I'm already in the middle of this.
Yeah.
And one thing I have is I just don't give up. So when there's a challenge, I just keep on going. So we were actually recently talking about words that might define you. And at the office we were talking about, Marcos is all about consistency, my business partner. And I was looking at it and it's like, well, consistency. And the word persistent came on me. And it's like, it's not even about consistency of repeating the same thing. It's just saying, I will not give up.
Yeah.
Right? Like, 'cause repeating the same thing is just a habit. But saying I will not give up is, I don't care that I have to do things differently tomorrow to achieve the goal.
Yep.
But I will continue to consistently persist.
We're gonna get there.
Exactly.
Yep.
So that's how, and that's how I stumbled upon architecture, stay there, got an F on my first design class. I didn't have any of the archi speak, right? Like I didn't know, I'm
Didn't know what the words were.
humble Dominican from La Vega, from the north. They didn't know anything about any of this. And then took the challenge as an opportunity, which has been the story of my life, and that's how it's happened, So how do you get into SFX? Because that's where we connected.
Yeah, so that was, you talk about serendipity. It was completely by accident.
Yeah.
I had just stepped down from a local board, the Historic District Commission in Little Rock, because I was termed out. And I was the architect representative for that board for like 7.5 years. And so they finally found somebody to replace me. And so I stepped down from that, and I had just joined another historic nonprofit board, the Quapaw Quarter Association. And I got an email from AIA saying they were looking for small firm board members. Would you like to submit an application? I was like, why not?
Yeah.
I'm on my lunch break. I got nothing better to do. There's no way they're ever going to pick me. I was like, this is just not even going to happen. So, but it'll be a good exercise. Might as well submit my application. And then like, I had almost forgot about it. And then I guess it was a little over a month or two later, I get an email basically saying, hey, you've been selected to join the board. Can you, click this link and follow these steps? And then I don't remember what it was, like I forgot to click the link or whatever. And so then Kathleen sends me another email. She's like, hey, I just wanted to make sure you received this. I was like, oh, I guess I actually did get in. That wasn't like spam.
Yeah.
From the AIA. And so I was like, oh, well, cool. Yeah. I mean, hey, advocating for small firms. I mean, I am a small firm. Why should the big boys have all the fun? So
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So same idea. I got the invite, right? Applied, and I didn't know whether It was like something you throw into the atmosphere and you don't know what's gonna happen.
Absolutely.
And got selected. But I think it's been a great journey so far, right? We've been learning
It's been a great
so
learning
much.
process, yeah.
Yeah, so much about the AIA, but also the struggles that we have, which shows us that no matter what jurisdiction you're in, we're all in this together and we're all probably going through the same stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So similar challenges, you know, retaining staff members and doing meaningful projects, getting published, like some of the
cutting
same.
down on the administrative time that we have to spend, you know, just maintaining and running a business.
And staying creative and sharp 24/7,
Yeah.
which is really difficult. Which brings me to a point. In your opinion, what's like the next challenge of architecture for architects right now? What's the challenge you see?
Well, I think the biggest challenge for architects coming up quickly is one that we've been ignoring for a really long time, and that's pure sustainability. I mean, we've known for decades that we can't just keep sort of keeping this engine churning down the road. At some point, we have to change directions. I think, you know, technology is getting to a point where it's allowing architects and contractors to be more, well, one, be more efficient with the building process, but also just to make buildings more efficient. You know, you think of just like a simple one is smart home technology. You know, having systems in place that know, or that you can program when a building is empty, so it can, you know, turn up the AC, it can turn off the lights. The building itself can use less energy without a lot of human interaction. I think the next step to that is creating buildings that are more self-sustaining. We have to get out of this mode of only building for, 5, 10, or maybe even 20 years. We have to get back to building for a 100-year life cycle. So anything that we put up, it's there and it stays in use at least for 100 years. And, it can have multiple uses. It can, we're currently living in a historic town where none of the buildings that are around us right now probably have either the same tenant or the same type of tenant them that they originally did.
There's a lot of adaptive reuse going on right now.
So adaptive reuse is really big. Obviously, the most sustainable building is the one that already exists.
That's right.
Which is why we do a lot of historic preservation. But yeah, I think that's the biggest change. It's unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen from a policy perspective. I think it's going to happen with private businesses like us, architects, contractors, educating clients and developers to say, no, we need to do this, A, because it's the right thing to do, but B, it's cost effective. And this is why. We have to be the educator in that scenario.
So we have a similar approach here, Flo, when it comes to what we see as a challenge, and sustainability is one of them. But the way we see it is more, we try to aim at a macro perspective on how buildings are put together, but in general, who puts them together, where do they come from, in general, as an ecosystem. So that's the way I would see it. So we look at it as a biodiversity type of situation, right? So it's like, well, architecture suffers from the fact that we don't have a lot of Latinos architects, we don't have a lot of women architects, we don't have a lot of African American architects. So it means that the ones that are building the world we live in aren't necessarily representative to the population that lives in the world we're in. So Flow Design has been focusing on increasing diversity in the field of architecture by going to preschools, which is when the decision of becoming an architect begins. You had it ever since you could remember. Going to middle schools and high schools, college and post-college, to train that team, to engage them in different ways, right? So the hook for somebody that's in high school probably might be money. The hook from somebody that's probably in middle school is, this is fun, right? So, and the hook for somebody that's graduating college that went through architecture is, why get licensed at all? So it's like, why start anything and not finish it at all, right? So we keep hooking them up and going through all of that. And what we believe is that then the buildings that we're going to generate will represent all of us, but also will represent innovative solutions that we haven't thought of because they haven't affected us directly. So somebody from, let's say, Colombia is suffering from something different than somebody that's, let's say, in Miami. But Miami may suffer something similar at some point, and the solution might come from a designer from an architect from Colombia, right? An African American will look at, how to make a different neighborhood, looking at their experience, and from within, right? So from what they are. So the moment that we have different people within the industry, and not only in the architectural part, that's the one I'm trying to touch, Floyd's trying to touch, but who is the builder, right? Same idea. How many women builders do we have? How many African Americans builders do we have? How many Latino builders do we have? How many Indian builders do we have? So if we look at it as a whole ecosystem, from beginning to end, we're changing the product, which is more sustainable, more highly representative and adaptive buildings that deal with problems that might not affect us today, but will affect us in the future, and might have affected us before, and we didn't know why we walked away from that in the first place. Like vernacular, right? Vernacular is something that most architects agree on, the fact that that was rooted on a reality that today has been completely forgotten.
Yes, so architects and builders used to build for a place. That's where we get vernacular architecture from. It's a specific solution to a specific place. Yeah. But I think talking about, thinking of architecture and construction as a biodiverse ecosystem, yes. the more cultural representation that we have, the more those vernacular and cultural construction norms can be brought in and maybe adapted to a new use. Yeah. I mean, maybe there is maybe there's a place for Adobe type construction in Massachusetts. Exactly. Maybe it's not just for the Southwest and and South America. Maybe there is something to be said of flexible mud bricks from Turkey, and use those in California, where there's a lot of seismic, and their solution seems to be lots of steel.
Exactly. So of course, this is a topic that we could go on and on and on and on, right? So we are tackling similar problems in different ways, right? So that diversity, biodiversity, who makes the buildings, all of that. That's the contribution folk could see because of who we are, right? Like, I'm from another place, and I'm from another country, and the things that the more I think about it, the more I think about problems that I see, right? It may be something as horrible as what happened in Texas with the schools, right? The more I think about things like that, and the more I see that the obvious solution is to ask the questions to people that don't even have the problem, and why. Countries like the Dominican Republic has never ever had a shooting in the entire country in a school. And we have to be humble and nimble about that, because that's one problem that I think the United States has as a ego sort of power, right? And I'm a United States citizen, so there's different participants within that, but the problem is that we're not humble enough to say India had it right, China had it right, Mexico had it right, the Dominican Republic has had it right. They've never had any major shooting. What are they doing in the schools that we aren't doing? And if the moment you start opening it up, the pool, to a bunch of other individuals who are all affected, because this country is the most diverse I can never think of any other diverse country. Sure. It was founded on diversity. It was created on that base. So that's how I see that we can start tackling a bunch of problems using that diversity. And one thing I always say, and is that if you are not at the dinner table, you are the menu. And sadly, because we don't have enough participation across the board,
not enough people at the table,
we wouldn't be able to ever hear the solutions. They're creative solutions, right? And from that perspective, it pays off as a business too, because I get all these creative answers at the office and all of this creative architecture that I can't. Darguin Fortuna architect would just never be able to come up with that. So it makes sense. It's not just the thing we're giving to the generations to come, it's the thing that also sustains us as we go. Sure. And that's a business proposition that most people, I would actually argue a lot of architects need to start thinking on the mindset. It's like, well, wait a minute. And it doesn't mean hiring that diversity. It's probably even outsourcing within that diversity. It's probably collaborating like we are within that diversity.
Well, one of the things that I think you're doing really well is, and that's going to have a huge impact on ensuring that the future of architecture is more inclusive, equitable, and diverse, and that is going into schools. I mean, that is really something. You know, architects, we are, not to put too fine a point on it, but we are public servants. I mean, we are serving the public good.
That's right.
And we should be spending more time in schools, talking to kids, not just, you know, not just our own kids' schools, but, you know, inner city schools and wherever we can find an opportunity to work with kids and teach them about architecture and how architecture is building community.
All right, so we're running out of time. We
Yep.
can go on and on, but how can people find you? Anybody that was watching these wants to
Yep.
know about Jeremiah Russell?
Just go to www.roguearch.com, roguearch.com.
Instagram too?
Oh yeah, Instagram, I mean really just Google Rogue Architect and you're gonna find a picture of me somewhere.
Excellent, excellent. So my pleasure. We're gonna be changing the world together, and we're gonna
Yeah,
keep
brother.
doing a lot of work together. Coming soon, we're gonna be doing something for a lot of architects who don't have a social media presence. That's probably killing a lot of them, right? Not having a social media
Yeah.
presence, not having a strong presence at all, right? That's a problem. So we're gonna be doing a lot of work together, collaborating, doing talks about how to get that presence. In fact, this is part of that, all right? So thank you, stay tuned, and we'll continue to do more.
Thanks, Darwin.
Right. So here we are, Flow Design Architects, Darguin Fortuna here. Jeremiah came all the way from Arkansas to meet me. Don't tell his wife, that's not the case. It's like, I thought it was a vacation to Boston. Boston. So, but here we are, we met at SFX, we spoke recently, and you know, we're touring our office real quick, showing him what we do and how we do things. You know, so our office, as I told you, we moved here 2018. Empty space, empty canvas. I have a picture I always show people. Let's take a look at that picture. It's really fun. So this is how it was. It was just a black desk,
Oh wow.
and it was me looking at my worst. Really horrible.
Lost a little weight since then.
If people really see that, it's like, oh, don't post that, please. Looking at my worst. Really, I mean, I don't even know how I was married back then.
Hey,
But
sometimes that's how it gets started.
exactly. So, but it was the dream, right? So Julio, the first person that jumped right on and joined Flow full time, was with me here, and we wondered how on earth are we gonna fill this space? And it looks like
Doesn't look
right
like it took
now
long.
we don't even have proper circulation to walk around. So
Yeah.
that's how it all happened. It's very fluid and organic. We kept growing, we kept growing, we kept growing. Now we pressed the brake. We're braking, you know. So and we're trying to just be smarter, not necessarily just growing, you know,
Sure,
like doing that.
yeah.
So and you know, everything here, we try to make it as cohesive as possible, getting the tables custom made to match, getting the pinup space. You need pinup space, right? Like an architect that doesn't have pinup space
Yeah.
is missing out big time, right?
I've got a whole wall of those.
There you go. So we got this one custom made, have our space here for important documents, legal documents, and things like how to get published and the yes and no's for publications and things like that.
Nice.
And here we have our calendar for people's vacations, and so that we know when somebody's out, and then things that we really want to know, like how to lay out a bathroom according to the code, you know, our values for roofs and attics, when you need tempered glass,
Yep.
basement means of egresses, things like that, like typical things that
Yeah.
we want to know, so we put it right here.
I can't tell you how many times I've been screwed by door contractors that didn't get tempered glazing.
That's it. That's it. So we this is kind of like frequently asked questions board.
Yep.
It should be more filled up, minimum
Yep.
opening for egress windows,
Yep.
things like that. So
What's a shed? What's a dormer?
there you go. So that's really important for us to have all that, and more so when we're training the next generation of architects.
Sure.
We got to make sure, like, well, this is important. Our colors. We got to get our colors so everybody follows the colors or template, you know. So that's super important. And you know, I know you asked about this project. So let
Yeah.
me tell you a little bit about this project. So this
So this one looks like fun.
it is fun. It was fun from the very beginning. So Julio is the director of design here at Flow, and he was assigned to work on the project with the owner. So we did multiple iterations, and the owner comes and says, that's not iconic enough. And I'm telling you, that's like the worst insult you can get, because
know, right?
because they were amazing buildings,
Yeah.
like amazing designs. But we quickly got the fact that he really wanted to make a presence for himself. Our owner wanted to, this is the second building he's done in Massachusetts. He wanted to really say, this is my signature, this is what's coming.
Sure.
So
That's awesome.
found this site, nearby the water, Revere Beach, really close to the airport actually. So, and he thought like, let's make it work. I see the site, I go there, and I'm like, is this guy crazy? Like, really? Very like triangular site, very difficult to work with, very slopey site.
Yep, steep slope.
And he wanted 2 swimming pools. He wanted a rooftop. He wanted a roof deck. He wanted these duplexes to be top-notch design, right? 2,000 square foot, high basements, like 10-foot, 12-foot ceilings at the basements. It was like the dream client actually for an architect that wants to also make impact, right? So we were like, okay, let's do that. So Julio partnered up with another designer in Bon Paris, and they did like a mini competition. And we came up with all these great ideas. At the end of the day, this is the winning idea. It was a combination of the interior that Julio had designed and the exterior that Yvonne had come up with, and it got fine-tuned. And it's getting built exactly like that. Well, 95% like that, actually. But
That's better than what you usually get.
Exactly. You know, Julio, we were talking recently, he's like, well, there are a couple things that changed.
Sometimes we're lucky if the building even looks like what it was.
Exactly.
If it's the same shape.
Exactly. But he's been trying not to cut any corners or anything like that. He's been really trying to be thorough about it. So, you know, it's a 2-family that duplex that you wouldn't really see. You know, the movement, the concept here was we are by Revere Beach, so why not have something that represents water and movement in some way? So it's kind of pointing into the horizon and looking around. And some of the mandates was, you know, like I said, 2 swimming pools, views of the water, you know, 360-degree views of everything around you, and wow, whenever the owners drive by, say, wow, what's that, right?
Yeah.
And we got it. We got it there. It's they got the permits. We finished the drawings in October, actually November. Got permits in December, which is very fast. And he was during December. There was a day that it was like 60 degrees for whatever reason. They were pouring concrete. I'm like, oh, tomorrow it might be 30, so you might freeze. Like, no, we have a week. They pour concrete. They moved along, and now it's about, I would say, it's 80% complete. So it's waiting for siding. It's waiting for the finishing the rough plumbing, rough electrical, but it has the shape. We're actually publishing that soon, like the progress on that. It's got the shape, everything's showing up. And yeah, this is like our humble space. Marco sits on that corner, I sit on this corner. We divided the studio into kind of like 2 teams. So my team is generally this side, his team is that side. But we do share the team. It's one office. And you know, oftentimes I focus on some of the larger projects. He focuses on the medium to, you know, small to medium projects. And you know, lately we've been doing bigger and bigger every day. So it keeps going up and up and up. But yeah, so this is a humble place. I hope you enjoyed it.
No, I did. Thank you for sharing, Darwin.
Excellent. Thank you.
It's been great to come and see you and hang out.
Yeah, really cool.
And see how the sausage is made, so to speak.
My name is Darguin Fortuna. I am here with Kevin Farrar, a developer, real estate, realtor, investor, everything. He wears all the hats. So we're here at one of the properties that we work together, and this is a very interesting relationship because developer, investor, architect, sort of GC merging relationship so that we can develop something beautiful, amazing. In fact, he's gonna show you all the great things that came together in here throughout the whole process and the aggressive timeline, right? We're all working really hard. But Kevin, tell us a little bit about you and what you do.
Hi guys, how we doing? I'm Kevin Farrar, as Darwin said. I'm excited to introduce to you guys this property at 5 Roosevelt Ave in Beverly, Mass. This is a project that I've been working on, purchased it back in December. We weren't able to start right away. We had some tenants in here that we had to work with, help them find new property. And now, you know, we got working right in March, and they've been going since then, and we're finishing strong, just wrapping up the last bit of loose ends, and hopefully have this property on the market in the next 2 weeks. But myself, I've flipped some property, and now this one is kind of like my baby at the moment. Done a lot around the North Shore, and hopefully going to just continue to do more.
All right, let's go take a look at what we did.
All right, let's check it out.
All right, so we have one unit on one side and another unit on the other side.
Yeah, so
right?
this is going to be, this is the first floor right here. So this will probably be unit A. First floor right here. This is single level living, 2-bed, 1.5 bath right here. We're working on getting all the last minute stuff done right now and about to get the staging going. Excellent. To the left, that is unit 2. We can talk about that in a minute.
All right, let's see. Oof, this is awesome. A lot of work in here, staging and everything.
Yeah.
So we have, oh, this is awesome right here.
Yeah,
too.
so we wanted to have kind of like a designated area when you first walk in. So you can see, you can put your, you hang your coats, hang your hats, your bags, and then you can put, your shoes down here. You have a little bench where you can sit here and take your shoes off and kind of get comfortable in your space. You have a nice sitting area right here. It could really be used however you like. This could be basically entertainment space right here. Living, eating. You got a half bathroom right over here.
Oh, that's golden right there, because everybody wants a half bath, and this already, you can entertain and people can use the half bath. It's conveniently located. We added this portion right here throughout the design. It was like the ideal location to put it after we discovered it. But that's perfect. You add in bath, that's money right there too.
Yeah, for sure.
But let's talk about this island. I mean, look at that. Isn't that a major peninsula?
Yeah, the thing I really like about this kitchen, it's a little bit different than the layout upstairs. I really like all the bonus cabinet space that we put in here. We redirected the entrance and the exit, we put it over here instead of going out that corner. So now we're able to add more cabinet space in here, which everyone loves. And so you have cabinets on both sides of this island. We did the waterfall finish with the concreto tops. We did the top knob, black knobs, which are my favorite. We went with the black Moen kitchen faucet on there with the nice, I believe it's 32-inch wide sink there. So we really like the way this came out. Especially you'll get a glimpse of it, but the backsplash and the concreto tops together, I feel like it really tied in.
And I'll tell you
nicely.
right now, this didn't look like this at all. There was a wall right here. There was some sort of fireplace, something in the middle. It was not at all like this, right? So we really massaged this to make it make sense. And Kevin, one thing about Kevin though that I love is that typically he's the architect and the owner, and the owner says I want this, and that, and you try to design it as an architect. But here we did Zoom meetings after Zoom meetings and went back and forth into what makes more sense, knowing that we're building it here together, right? Like we're making sure that this works out and that we have a really unique an amazing finished product. Like nothing was spared in here, right? It's like we really fully got it, the whole building basically, right? To make something that's meaningful. And location, right? Really good location here in Beverly. So we have our kitchen, we renovated the bathroom, right? So
yeah, we actually also added on the other side of that half bathroom, we added a laundry space in here as well too. So, which is nice. I mean, so that way you don't have to go down to a basement or go somewhere else for your laundry. You have it right here on your level.
And this unit has full bath, half bath, 2 bedrooms.
And then two good-sized bedrooms right here as well.
Deck space at the back outside too.
Huge deck, yep.
And a kitchen that, I mean, this is the party right here. You could see the whole family on this island and have a really good party.
For sure, yeah. You can get at least 4 to 5 seats in there comfortably. And like I said, the best part is you have cabinet space, so you have storage on both sides of that peninsula.
Yeah, let's take a look here. We get amazing dropped-in under-mount sink, which is, all high-end, all the details in here. I mean, nothing was spared. It was just really well touched. You don't see this kind of waterfall island and that material, actually. It's just very unique and beautiful. And he blends right in really nicely. So I was asking him if his wife was helping him with the design, but hey, he's sharing the love. 50-50.
For sure, yeah. She definitely plays a big part of it. So we had some partners on it too. So I mean, everyone did their part. They all, they came together and helped us, pick everything out nicely. And I feel like it all tied in together really well.
Excellent. Let's go see the other unit.
One of my favorite things about the units, you have like the shiplap almost. So it's actually called nickel gap and not shiplap, but it's a replica of shiplap, but this is actually called nickel gap, and it came out really nicely. And these actually are shelves that I had from my house that I actually live in with my family that we actually purchased back in December of 2020. These shelves were in the house. The guy that we bought it off of had these custom wood shelves built, and I just knew I used some of them at the property, but I knew that I could probably use them on another project. So I saved them, and they work perfectly for the space.
It's funny that you mentioned that project, because that was the very, one of the few projects that the first one that we worked on was your house. That's when I realized this guy was the real deal. So it's not a developer that's just trying to make a quick buck. He's actually trying to do a really good job. So he treated his house exactly the same way that he treated his house. So everything was thought out, everything was well put together, and we're actually gonna do a little feature film of that renovation. I mean, we're talking about bang bang, beautiful renovation, beautiful kitchen, beautiful spaces, everything right what it needed to be. Right here, actually, not too far from here. So let's go take a look at everything on the second floor. And this unit has 2 floors, technically.
Well, technically 3 floors, because this space is technically part of it. So first, second, and then we refinished the attic space to add in another bedroom. And you'll see some more beautiful space up there. Nice bedroom, a sitting room, and a huge walk-in closet.
Excellent, excellent. So another element that we worked with is utilizing this space right here. So on this side, there was a wall before. So there was windows and things like that. That space on that sort of porch wasn't actually used as inhabitable space. It is now insulated. We gained some bonus space, which we're gonna share later. And the entire space now is a beautiful open concept, right? Don't we love open concepts? All the way through, from one side to the other. There's no clutter. The sidelines are clear and clean. And well, let's talk about that peninsula too. Look at that. And everything is so spacious, right? You have the space for the table, you have space to entertain, you have space in there. It doesn't feel, you know, before it felt really small. I feel like this, I mean, for, you know, it feels like you grew twice this space. I mean, great job.
Yeah, I know at my house, the island, the peninsula, whatever you want to call it, that's where everything happens. The kids play there, you know, we prep food there. You know, when we have people over, that's where people tend to congregate. So for us, we know that that's a centerpiece of the unit, you know. So we wanted to make it right, just like we would do it.
Excellent. How many bedrooms do we have here?
So this one is a 3-bed. So you have 2 on this floor. If you go through here, this is a master suite. This will open right into a master suite. You can check out right in here. And then we have another one back that way and another one upstairs. But you can come in and check this one out. So we still have all the paper down in this unit, just protecting the hardwood floors that we refinished. They came out beautifully. So we're protecting those until every little thing is done. And once we're ready, we'll remove all the paper, and then you'll get to see, why we decided to restore these floors.
And we added another bathroom here, actually, guys. So we have this bathroom. Beautiful, well done. It has this sort of like mid-century modern mixed with the finish, right? So, which is timeless at the end of the day. And on this side, we have this amazing space right here that, again, increasing bathrooms, right? What are the things that matter most? Having bathrooms, having bedrooms, having kitchen, right? Like a great kitchen. So this is actually, so that other one has that sort of almost antique mix. This one is completely modern, more contemporary, mid-century modern design, from all the way from the tiles and everything. So all the credit to them. Actually, Flow Design Interiors didn't do the interior design. They did the interior design. We only did the architectural part. But yeah, you can come take a look in here.
Yeah, you can peek at that one. This one's almost done. Just need to wrap up, like I said, the final touches. Plumber's just about to install toilets, faucets, all the finishing touches in here. But you can see all the tile work, the vanity, everything came out nicely. So we're right there at the finish line, guys.
Yeah, and what do we have here? This hidden closet.
So this is another laundry closet. So you got the laundry closet right here. Oversized laundry closet. Yep. So you can, you have plenty of space for your washer, dryer, all your detergents, all that stuff. So, we want to make sure that whoever's doing the laundry had plenty of room to work. So
now, believe it or not, the space that took the most work is the one we're about to see. The one that was our jewel from the very beginning, and that we had to make sure it worked. So it's gonna blow your mind. So we added the stairs because there was only a pull down before.
Yep.
Right, and it was a finished space upstairs, but it wasn't utilized the proper way. Now we are utilizing the space and creating more square footage. This is literally a moment in which the house grew because now it's being utilized. So let's go upstairs. Beautiful the railings in here with the little spindles in here.
Now this space, yeah, someone is really going to appreciate this. Not only do we have like this sitting area, dressing room, whatever you want to use it for, another living room, but this is just bonus space right up here for whoever decides to set up shop up here and make this a bedroom. All right, so you got a huge bedroom right on this side with plenty of room for sitting space ahead. We can head in here and check this out.
Look at that.
I mean, this is a king size bed here, so you can see there's plenty of space inside this bedroom. King size bed, you got room for a sitting area right over there, nice oversized window. We had to have that window custom made as a form of egress, but you know, we didn't spare anything up here.
Nothing. So a few things. This space, fully insulated, spray foam insulation. It has the highest R value you could probably ask for. So that's one element that immediately makes the space functional, inhabitable. Having the means of egress is required for any bedroom, the same way with the smoke detectors. But we have that means of egress there, but at the same time it's well sized beyond what it needs to be, so that we can gain a lot of natural light and meet the requirements for air and ventilation, which is another code requirement, so that this can be a proper bedroom. And now we have all this bonus space, but also we have this amazing closet. We have a closet that, just like you said, somebody who's gonna appreciate. I'm telling you, the wife or whoever ends up here is gonna really appreciate that space to put all their gadgets and all the, you know, the goodies. We maintain the skylighting here again to continue the natural light throughout the space. All well insulated, new HVAC systems all throughout. So this space, nothing was spared. I mean, I would love this for me. I'm already. Can I rent it? Yeah. Can I keep it? So this is just wonderful. And take a look at that closet all the way.
Nice. Here. Walk-in closet right here. I mean, you got plenty of space in here.
And he's really tall, so if he doesn't bang his head.
So I'm 6'2" in here, and I'm comfortable. I got plenty of space. We got 3 different spots where you can hang your clothes. We have multiple shelves. And one of the things that I like the best, being a sneaker person, a shoe person, you know, we set it up so we have the slanted shelving in here for holding shoes specifically, which I think a lot of people are really going to appreciate. On top of that, we also added some hooks in here, just so that you can, you know, hang your hats, hang your belts, hang your scarves, hang your purses, whatever you're trying to hang in here. But you know, this closet is fully functional for whatever type of person, boy, girl, indifferent. You know, it's a nice setup in here. So take a look.
Excellent, excellent.
I think one of the questions I have is, like, when I'm looking into a property, and like, let's say I do want to convert it to like a single family to a 2-family, or condos, right? Condo conversion. How do I? Because I'm like, I have to. Time is of the essence.
Yeah.
How do you kind of figure out if you can convert it to a condo before you put an offer?
So the first thing is, what's the zone for it? If it's in the right zone, if you have a single family on a 2-family district, you have money right there. You're sitting on money because you could easily convert it into a 2-family.
And to figure that out, you just go online.
You hire an architect. But you can go to my YouTube channel.
Yeah. Okay.
And I have a couple videos on zoning, and it's pretty much the same steps, no matter what the city is. You pretty much agree to do the same steps. You're gonna go through the zoning bylaws of the city. You're gonna find the ordinance. You're gonna go through the zoning map, and in the zoning map, it's gonna have different colors, and you're gonna find your property on that map, and the color will say what zone it is. And in the map, in the bylaws, it's gonna say that zone it's allowed to do X, Y, and Z, and it has to do. So that's how you find out. And I have like 3 videos in that. So if you go to the YouTube channel, you can just write zoning on the playlist, and it will be one. So then you see the zone. If it is not zoned for that, you could still get it by special permit. It's a special request you're gonna have to do. It's a little harder. If you buy a property on a 2-family district and it's a single, you are sitting on money, easy money. If you are on a single family district and have a single family, it's going to be a lot harder to do. Maybe even forbidden. If they say the word forbidden in it, they may say by special permit or forbidden. If they say forbidden, there's nothing you can do to ever do it. If they say by special permit, then you can do it.
Okay, I don't know that. Interesting.
And every town is slightly different, but the process is the same. So if you follow those steps, that's it. So this one, 3 different buildings. They came to us. They already had the concept for what it is that they wanted. We just basically made it work. You know. So I'll tell you, the first sheet shows all the people involved: fire protection, architect, owner, right, and the description of the project. Second sheet shows all the different codes that we need to comply with. All of them are here, one by one. The third page typically actually shows the life safety plan, but in this one we wanted to give we actually didn't have enough space for the zoning in code analysis, so we did 2.
What's the separation distance?
So it's not necessarily a distance, is that party wall, that wall that connects one unit and the other, has to be 1 or 2 hours. depending on rate, and that's a rating that's achieved depending on the layers of gypsum wall or the type of assembly that you use for that.
Okay.
So yeah, garages need to always be separated from houses. Building house to house need to be separated from one another. These are townhouses, so they all have to be separated.
So you can't build houses with the garage next to it anymore?
You can.
Okay.
They just have to have a fire separation wall, and the door itself has to be rated. You can. They're connected. They're attached. This is attached parking. But yeah.
Okay.
So in this one, I show where all the smoke detectors go. How far is it to go from here to there? There's a fire. How you get out? I show where my means of egress are. My one means of egress, another means of egress. One means of egress, another means of egress. You need to have two for each of the properties.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's generally what this one shows. And it's for every floor, right? For every floor. It's just code. Then the site plan goes here, which is provided in this case by the surveyor and by the civil engineer.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't do that part. And this is the actual architectural plans. You know how I told you I blow up different things? This is called blow up.
Okay.
These are different blow ups that we have. So everything that you see a little piece, that's a call out. And it's key to a sheet, and it means that that's the drawing number 1 on the sheet A400.
Do you include the measurements of the size of the rooms too, or no?
Here, I don't include them in text. I just have it. For instance, so you know that this garage is 20 foot 2 inches by 25 foot 10 inches. They're all the same.
And for the bathrooms, you do the same thing or no?
So here we have that this bathroom is going to be 5 foot 1
Okay.
by 4 foot 10.
Okay.
So here we focus only on the major, so that the walls are in the right place. And on the call out, then we really focus on, and these are more blow ups of, because it's 3 floors, right? 1, 2, 3. So these are the same idea. We do only the major measurements, and then certain elements will blow up. But every room has its dimensions: 10 foot 10 by 21 2.
Got it.
And 15.7. Right, 21 to here, 15.7 to here. So you know what size that room is. And the schematics, we put it underneath the text as like 20 by 30. You know what I mean? Like that's. But these are construction documents. These are the details for the fire rating, the different type of walls you need to use, fire rating. It's basically 2 walls together. You see how thick they look? Because they have to be rated. Roof plan, how the water is going to be dealt with. This is a flat roof, so you need to put a roof drain.
Oh, wow.
And these are the elevations for the building. All the windows are tagged, so that you know what window that is and what type. These are sections of the building with the heights, showing the different heights of the building. These are exterior walls, showing some details for how the exterior wall is going to be made.
Everything you need.
And we're going to the large plans. This is the kitchen with all the information in the kitchen, bathroom plans, everything you need to know for the bathrooms. More kitchen plans, because there are different kitchens depending on the house. So we have 2 different types. Door schedule, so you can know how many doors you have and what type of doors you have and what the dimensions are. We typically put the total. This is the progress, so this is not done. So this one has total. So you say I'm gonna need 30 doors for this, I'm gonna need 20 doors for that, in different styles. Wow. Lighting plan, all the lights. And all the switches. Yep, and all the switches.
Okay.
Show where all the lights go.
That's literally like your roadmap for
finish.
Everything you need
so
to do.
This is representing the different finishes. Anything that has that color is going to be a vinyl. Anything that has this is going to be just concrete because it's garage, concrete polish. Anything that has just regular gray is just wood. So we say what we want. Okay. Anything that has these square ones is tile. So people know. I'm gonna need tile, I'm gonna need this. We give the square footage too.
That's perfect.
So they know.
Helps.
Yeah. That's for all of that. And then here's where all of the outlets where they're gonna go. Internet and TV. Ground fault interrupter for just in the kitchen you need the ones that just in case water splashing into it. And all of the switches, all of them are there. So you see the little logo, all of them. They're hard to see, but they're all there. And foundation plan, entire foundation.
Shouldn't the foundation be first or no? Does it matter the sequence?
No, it's by discipline.
Okay.
So architectural, then structural, then plumbing, then electrical, then mechanical. But we're not using an outside consultant. We're doing all of it ourselves. So we just put it like that.
Okay.
So these are all the structural details for the structure, the framing. You see, I told you I haven't done that's the only thing that's missing for this one. I calculate what those are gonna be. I haven't done that. So I gotta do the structural part. And these are actually some older revisions because we were trying to design. I don't know if you noticed something pretty interesting, and is that on the first floor there's only one stair, and then the second floor it turns into two. We wanted to save space instead of having one stair and one stair for each one of them. We wanted to share in the first floor, have a common area, and then have two to go to the upper floors, so that we can have a bigger garage. Because if we were to do a double here, they would lose the garage basically.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
I've never done that before. Well, I'm not sure if it works. We're gonna figure it out. We think it works. You know, one stair, landing, then each unit has its own stairs. Yeah, so these are all their sort of details. This is also trying to understand the stairs.
You're an artist too.
Yeah, you know, we have to make sure it makes sense.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. You know, the set. That's the final package. That should be out between today and tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm going to just do the calculations, make sure everything looks good. We did some 3Ds. We did the finishes too for the exterior. I think they ended up taking this out and just putting like a window because they didn't like the proper color there. So no, that's pretty much it. Yeah. That's how we.
Welcome, guys, to Home Cash Buyers Academy. Today, I want to present to you an architect that I've had the pleasure of working with, and he has had such a successful career in the past few years working with flow design. And I really wanted to present to you guys to him because he was the one that I actually worked with myself on my flip in Woburn. And I think he'll be a really great resource to you guys because you're gonna get a lot of great information, a lot of great insight. You're gonna get a lot of the information that I wish I had initially to help you have a successful flip, which we ended up having. So without further ado, I wanted to introduce to you guys a good friend of mine, Darguin Fortuna, to explain a little bit more about, you know, what he does, his company, his experience, and just give you guys a little bit more detail as far as what we're going to be discussing today in our course.
Excellent. Thank you, Roberto, for having me. Always a pleasure to talk to you, be with you, and all that. So my name is Darguin Fortuna. I am one of the principals of Flow Design Architects. Been Flow Design Architects for about 6 years. We're going to be celebrating our 6th year soon. And went to the Boston Architectural College. But to give you a little bit of my humble roots, I'm from the Dominican Republic. I was born in La Vega, Jimabajo La Vega, which is in the north. Then I went to Santo Domingo, where I moved to study a little bit for architecture at Universidad Autónoma de Santo Domingo, UASD. So went there, stayed there for a little while, and then I got the opportunity to come to the United States, chase the American dream.
Amazing.
Went to the Boston Architectural College, grinding, right, doing doing what we need to do to get where we want to go, follow our dreams, and graduated, went through the process of becoming licensed, opened the shop, and we've been here ever since. I've worked at multiple different offices in Boston, bigger, smaller, larger, different kinds of offices to try to get a feel for what I wanted to do. And then, over time, it dawned on me that I really had to do it on my own, not necessarily working for another person, but on my own, so that I can serve the people I love most, and serve my community, because there are not many like me, right? So that was a trigger, and my business partner, Marco Severino, immediately jumped right on it and said, yeah, sure, let's do this. So, and we did that. So, and Flow Design, just so you know, focuses on creating diversity in the field of architecture and design. So that's one of our core values, because there's not a lot of, let's say, Latinos in architecture. There may be a lot in construction, but there's not a lot of them designing and doing engineering and doing all of that. So that was something that we discovered as we went. So, we even have something on our YouTube channel that says, finding our passion within architecture, finding our why within architecture. Because inside, right, that's how we found out what we wanted to do. So that's, a little bit about me. Like I said, got licensed. I am licensed in Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Florida, Pennsylvania, actually, too. We just got licensed there, too. Wow. And we've been doing work all over. So that's, we also we're part of the AIA, American Institute of Architects, part of NCARB, which is the reason why I can get licensed in any state, because that credential allows you to be licensed in any state. very, very important to have somebody licensed working with you. So, and we'll get to that in a minute. But we've won awards, thank God, too, which is a blessing. But you know, the most important part is that we're touching the field of architecture by the people we hire and train, and also touching the community that we serve, right? It's not just the 1%ers, but also people like us that might not even understand what an architect is. Some of them don't even know how to say the word architect, right? So, and we try to help them out and get them all the way through, very humbling and very helpful. So we're, you know, and the buildings that we do then end up being amazing, which is something you brag whenever you drive by. We did that, you know. So, I mean, we share the credit, right? Everybody gets a little bit of the credit. So yeah, so that's a little bit of me and you know, where I study and all that stuff. So like I said, I went to the Boston Architectural College, and that's how we got to where we are. I personally very thankful to God, you know, for giving me the chance and the passion to keep on going. Yeah.
No, very humble beginnings. I mean, again, working with Darwin, I had a great experience. And then I know you guys, a lot of you are actually, this could be your first time flipping because you are taking the course. And we really want to kind of dive in as far as, like, you know, for a first time flipper, what it looks like working with an architect. Why would we have to work with an architect? So I think one of the first questions we have is, why is it important for a flipper to work with a registered architect?
So there's many reasons why it's important, and I'll try to break them up, and not necessarily in the priority levels. But the number one reason I find is that there's a lot of competition out there. So anybody could design anything, almost, right? So anybody could just catch their own stuff, call Home Depot, and get somebody to do their cabinet layout, and just work it around, right? But me working with Peter Solaris from Flipping Boston, I learned a ton about how you can have a competitive edge against everybody else. So a lot of the flips that Peter Solari did with us, that we do most of them with him together as a team, and we started learning about the things that give people a competitive edge, and having a designer, an architect that's licensed, it's already by default an edge against anybody that's just really putting makeup on the building, right? So we don't necessarily just put makeup on the building. We don't necessarily just try to make it look okay and whatever. The market is very, very robust. There's a lot of competition. So having a talented, award-winning designer that understands the structure, understands code, understands liabilities, understands what sells too, then you have a well-rounded team, right? So you may not know anything about design. Any member of this class may have never even done a flip in their entire life. But having a professional that's licensed, that's insured, that covers you, will guide you through the process and will make it look seamless, right? So anybody, you know, working with a professional will always give you that support, right? And more so when you've never done it, right? So then the results that come out are by far better than any other flipper that will be doing it by themselves, or having some, you know, cousin that might have a background, but they don't have the proper training, right? The full training. So that starts giving a competitive edge. So that part, the competitive edge, is the number one reason. So the second reason is that you will not have to be going around like crazy to ask questions all over the place, because you can get a lot of answers relatively quickly. For instance, in the case that we were working with you, there were structural questions that we had to answer.
A lot of them, yes.
Right, we had to show up on site. So having an architect saves you the time of having to figure out, do I call the inspector, don't I call the inspector? Do I call an engineer, don't I call an engineer? Do I call the lumberyard? What am I gonna ask the lumberyard? I don't know, right? What's the LBL? I have no idea. So the architect will make it easy for you to, you know, he will say, hey, here's what you need, here's where you get it, here's when you call, right? So it will help you out because we're seasoned. We know what we're doing. This is what we do for a living. Right. So that's always very helpful. And the results, again, will be completely different. So that the competitive edge, the guidance to a one point of contact that will guide you all the way from where you cut, where you demo, how you demo, where you add it, where you take, right? That will help you right there, right? So that's the second. And I would say the third one is that, and it goes back to the first on the competitive edge. Yep. I think it's really that this is what we're trained to do, and we're trained to do world-class design, right? Because we know that not everybody has the budget to do world-class design, right? Many of the buildings you see that are billions of dollars, right? Many people don't have that money, and a flip is not even about making it that way, but what are the shortcuts within the building where you can add value and make an impact without breaking the budget, without burning the budget. So we know that. We know that this texture here and this color here and this fireplace here will make it a big time, right? We know that doing this with the island will do this. Doing this with the master bedroom suite will do this, right? A lot of people don't just travel the whole world every day to know what a super master bedroom looks like. We do this for a living. Right? I went to school for 5 years and they had to do 3,200 hours and 6 exams to know how to do responsible, well thought out design, right? So then I know where to cut corners. And it's not even cutting corners, it's just saying, well, we don't necessarily need this if we can do X and Y, right? You won't end up with columns in the middle of your floor plan because I will know, well, we can change this LVL, we can do this, we can do that, right? Versus somebody that doesn't have a lot of knowledge, they will just do whatever they did on the previous project. And the market changes every day. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over. The principles you could probably repeat, which is the principles you're teaching, but every project could be different, right? Every project could look different, and you're creating a legacy for the person that will live there, right? So you're gonna touch their lives, and that's something that you get from hiring an architect, right? So that's some of the things. Yeah.
And there's two really good points that you made there. One of them is, you don't have to know everything. You're not gonna be a professional architect. A lot of us have different backgrounds. I had a background in finances. And it's like I had no idea what it took to become an architect. I had some ideas as far as like the design aspect of it, but this is why as a flipper, you're also taking on the role of a project manager, where you're leveraging other people's experiences to basically create and fulfill your flip. So as he mentioned as well, you want to work with somebody who's an architect who is investor friendly, who has worked with somebody who's investing, because they also have the understanding, like, you're in this to make money, so it's like, where in the design, which is going to be one of the questions that we ask, is where in the design can you add value so that your property can increase in value, but you're not also breaking the bank. And that's another really important, touch point that I wanted to discuss. Before we do discuss that, how does a flipper really know when they need an architect? Because there could be a lot of different scenarios where they just have a house. Maybe they're just doing cosmetic repairs. Cosmetic repairs is just, simple paint, a little touch up here and there. But when does a flipper know that, okay, there's a lot going on in this house, maybe structurally the house isn't in the best conditions. We find houses in so many different conditions.
Yeah.
How do we know when to hire someone like you?
So in my opinion, I guess I'm a little biased. I think you should always call an architect whenever you're doing a flip, in my opinion. So, and there is different levels of services, right? So when I feel, I could get, in the class, you're probably gonna be touching, or you are touching upon a lot of the different aspects of the flip. One of them is people who have a goal for the house. Like, it has to do X, Y, and Z for me to be able to make X, Y, and Z. But when you show that premise to an architect, like me, the architect will start telling you, we'll give you reality checks. We'll give you reality checks about whether you can do that addition or not, whether that addition is on the setbacks, whether you should even buy the property, in fact. A lot of people call me early on. I have a team of investors that call me very early on, and they say, here are 3 properties I'm looking at. I'm looking at these 3 properties, and I want to do X, Y, and Z with these 3 properties. Can I do it? And I have a fee for that level of engagement. That's a level of service that I do, and I, within, let's say, 24 hours, will have answers for him. Why within 24 hours? Because it's a deal, and deals don't come and go every day, right? You gotta really grab him. So I immediately, as soon as I get the call from that client, I immediately look at all the yay and nay for that property. I'll tell you a little anecdote of a couple of projects that, because they called us really early, we were able to save them money. And I'll tell you one that was not the case. So this client had a project in Worcester. So they're about to close, they put an offer, they called us, and they say, hey, do me a preliminary of what's possible within this property, all the different options. I want to do X. When we looked at the property, we looked at what the existing house was. He wanted to subdivide the lot and all that stuff. We went through thoroughly zoning, code, and we went through all the bylaws within Worcester, within that district, and found out that there was about 80% wetlands within the property.
Wow.
So nothing could really be done. Nothing could really be done. So that client called us and sent us a Christmas present, actually, saying, you saved me from this deal, because I immediately said, because the offer was continuing upon getting a report from my architect. The architect wrote the report, and the report concluded that this property was not worth me buying it. It had substantial amount of wetlands. So they didn't buy it. They moved on. They hired us for another project right after that, which is great. They move quickly, they get an answer, they know that's not a deal. So the other one, it sadly was the opposite case. This client called me after they had already closed on the property and already had the property, and they were asking us, what can we do? Same case. It was about 90% wetlands. Nothing on that property could be saved. Nothing. They couldn't even touch it. They couldn't even touch it. And we're talking about, they had a house, they wanted to do an addition, they wanted to do another house next door. It was really big. But usually when something looks too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. Right. So they called us early, and we were able to evaluate that property right away. So in my opinion, as soon as you see the deal, you immediately say, hey, Darwin, I got X amount for you. Take a look at this very quickly for me. You could even put a number and say, I have X amount of your time here. Give me whatever you can within this amount of time, and get me an answer within this amount of time, and so that I can say yes to the deal or not to the deal, right? So after you move on and say yes is a good one, then in my opinion, the next time you call me is as soon as you have access to the property. Doesn't mean when you close. The realtor can give you a key. If you know you're gonna close, or most of these deals are cash, right? So you know you have the property, you know it's a go, you know the offer was accepted. Get me there. Get me there right away. Time is of the essence, and you know that. Time is money, right? And more so when it's hard money lender. I don't know how, I work with so many different investors, right? A lot of them are either cash, some of them are, they refinance their own home and whatever, you know, a lot of them do different things, different ways. And I'm sure you're covering all of that here. But we understand that time is of the essence, and we understand that money, it's really bleeding right out. The moment you put the offer, that money's already sitting in there, right? That you could be making interest on it. You could be making money on it. So we say, even when you're not sure, I would like to do a preliminary visit to the property. Because the first call that I told you about, I don't even go to the property. I just study the property. So that's the yes or not to buy it. I just study the property in the zoning perspective, right? If you want me to go, that will be a little more. But if you want me to go, I could also go. But there's just sometimes no time. I just bumped into this deal, Darwin. Tell me what you think very quickly. Go through zoning, go through everything, right? So that's different. But after you say yes, and I say, yeah, that looks, and I will not say, yes, 100% looks great. I would say this is most likely a good fit. This is most likely feasible to do what you want, right? Then after you decided that you're going forward, and you get me access there, I want to go and do a preliminary existing conditions. I do a survey of the entire property, inside, see the structure, see everything, and I can start giving you numbers. What numbers? Square footages. I want to give you square footages. I want to start giving you, here's what the property is like, here's what it is as it is right now, and all the potentials in there. And I'm going to request from you the wish list. So I always request, the second step, we have a very thorough process that we use. That wish list of everything that you want. So we'll compare the real existing with the wish list, and we'll start pairing it up together. But we're talking that you haven't even closed. The architect is already working. With that existing conditions, I am able to get you drawings that you can do a demo permit and get moving the moment you have ownership of the property, or even before, if you have an agreement with the client that you can, it's gonna be, you know, it's a set deal, you go right in. You have already demoed, and we're designing as we go. And that partnership gets better and better the more you work with that particular architect, right? It gets better because it's almost like intuitively, right? We know what we're doing. So that's important, right? Because in the wish list, I even want to know the budget, the style you're looking for, the concepts you're looking for, the timeline that you're looking for, right? Oh no, this one I'm gonna give myself 6 months. This one I'm gonna give myself 2 months. This one I would like to do it in 3 months, and we'll start evaluating all of that, right? And by then I already have a contract for the whole project. I already have a contract with you for how much it's gonna cost, how long it's gonna take, and what we're gonna be doing.
No, that's perfect. I mean, that's great information, because at the end of the day, you know, it's like, you want to save yourself. Not every deal, I guess it's important to say that it's not every deal that you find is going to be a deal that you can take. You know, you want to, again, you're in this business to make money, to make profits, but if you find yourself in a position where you get a house, but you know, you have all these ideas, you know, which are great, but if they're not approved by zoning, for an example, the architect will be the first one to tell you, hey, you know, you have a great idea to convert this single family into a 2-family, but zoning does not allow for you to build a 2-family. This is only zoned for a single family residence. And again, when it comes to zoning, this is something that the architects will have a lot of insight on, and they can inform you. So before you make any purchases, another great point that you made was, you know, have a contingency in your purchase and sales agreement that basically states that you want to at least have, it's contingent on the architect findings to make sure that it's a deal worth flipping for you. Because if you find out that, for an example, it's like 80% wetland, what that basically implies is that you cannot build next to it. So you can try to, you know, buy a single family house and want to build another one next to it, but if zoning doesn't allow it,
so no additions, you can't do. There's a lot. Sometimes even dormers you can't even put on it. So yeah, that's really tough.
You know, that's information that you really want to have. So to his point, you know, it is optional to, you know, work with an architect on every flip, but you kind of want to budget it out because they might save you a huge headache and a huge
that was another point. So you said when. So I said, you know, I told you I'm biased because I'm an architect, right? And but I think that there's different levels. You know, there's even a $50 consultation that will save you thousands of dollars of, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars of investment. So you're like, well, that makes sense. Having that call, getting that information will immediately help me to know whether I should move forward. And if I move forward, even without hiring the architect as the designer for the whole project, as the architect for the whole project, I already know what I'm up against, right? Yes. I already know all that stuff because most of the deals, you waive most of the inspections. You waive everything. But don't you want to at least have the architect, which is the one that will know what can possibly be done there, you know, much more than anybody else, pretty much. So tell you that, so then you say, well, yeah, this is going to work. I can do it. I don't necessarily need him. Now I'm aware because knowledge is money, so I got that knowledge. So that's always important. And that's a good point that you said. You don't necessarily have to do the whole flip with an architect. Not at all. In fact, a lot of people can do it themselves. That's something you can even watch on YouTube, right? So it's all good. But having that team, and also it depends on what kind of investor you want to be. So I mentioned Peter Solaris, which we do a lot of work with, Donnie Moore, which is another very, you know, busy investor too. There are a lot of them that do, you know, we're talking about 20, 30 flips a year, which is almost impossible to do. Right. But if you have a team that's all lined up and ready, what kind of flip is this? Because it should be different levels of flips, in my opinion, right? So this is a heavy duty, this is a medium, this is a proceed painted. You know what? This is a haul and wait, right? So some of them that you just haul and just sell, that's it. You know what I mean? Clean the backyard. You know, have Pedro clean the backyard, well good. You know what I mean? So it's all good, it's easy. So all of that gets defined. What kind of investor you are, what kind of a flip you want to do, what kind of a level of investment you want to put into this, how soon do you want to do it. So, and that's all part of this class, right? So you get that green light and you decide how you want to move forward. Sometimes even getting an opinion on paint colors from an architect might save you a lot of money and a lot of headache. It might save your marriage too if you're doing it with your partner. Even it's like, yeah, let's get the architect give us an opinion, you know what I mean? So I'll immediately ask who writes the check and then I'll answer my color.
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
Depending on the color, yeah.
So you touched a little bit on, you know, what you need from the flipper to, you know, continue to move forward and get started on the project, you know. So in this course, I actually have an example of the template that I produced to you. You know, it was a little bit excessive. You know, I like to go above and beyond on the things that I do. But you know, I always want to give you guys the best. So I
have to say something about that wish list.
Yeah, we could say it. So it's a wish list that, you know, you basically create for your architect, and it's basically kind of giving the architect the idea of how you want to go about your flip, you know, how you want to design it, you know, just ideas. These are just things that you come up with, you know, through YouTube channels, and you
should upload it so that they can download it too.
It is. It's you guys can actually upload it on the link. You guys will get it after this course, but I guess
that's a big bonus, by the way.
It's huge. It's a huge bonus because it's so detailed and it's very clear on what you want for your flip.
So I'll tell you a couple of things that that wish list told me about you right away. So, because that's very important, right? We get a bunch of calls. Right now, we even have a wait list for people to call us because we're busy. So when I get a wish list like that from the very beginning, and I get a call like yours, I immediately put you on a level. This client is a serious client. This investor is very serious about what they're doing. So he's the real deal, I'm the real deal. We're a match, we're good. So that was the first impression. We all looked at each other at the office and we're like, this is serious, this is great. This is more than we needed. So at the same time that it shows that you're the real deal, it also takes a little while to digest. So that could be even fine-tuned so that you don't have to give me all of that. That's just a master, you did a master piece of all your elements, but from there, we probably only needed X, Y, and Z. And oftentimes, too much information is bad too. Too little is horrible. Too much is also bad because it takes me a while, and I may even increase my fee on that end and be like, well, this client has so much in there that this is not going to be my average flip, when it actually probably is, right? But it's just that you are very detailed. So from there, I just want X, Y, and Z. And on our system for design, we show you. We say, here's what we want. Here's a sample of what we want. So you don't necessarily need to give me much more on that. So one sheet could have done it, right? 1.5 sheet could have done it. That was a very thorough one. But at the same time, he answered a lot of our questions very quickly. You know, we okay, you know what? We don't need to even meet. We got it, you know? We understand each other. So that was very good. That was very thorough. And I recommend people using that as a reference, but creating their own style template and their own style sort of levels of, you know, here's what we're looking for, here's what we want, and scratching anything that's noise so that we can be very effective, right?
Makes sense. No, that's perfect. Because again, you want to have, you know, great communication. You know, your architect is part of your team. And, you know, it's a relationship that you want to have a strong relationship with as far as communication goes. So you want to be professional, you want to be very meticulous with everything that you're doing, very detailed, because the more detail that you provide, you know, there's less room for error on both ends. And then to me, it's just a matter of keeping that communication open, and you got to do your part as well. You know, he was able to work very quickly because I responded very quickly to a lot of his emails. So it's important that you guys, as you're communicating, whether it's texting, calling, Zooming, or email, that you're on top of the communications with your architect to make sure that you guys are getting things done in a timely manner.
Yeah.
That being said,
I was gonna say,
go ahead.
you know, even though you are teaching this class for them to learn how to make money flipping houses, at the same time you're minting millionaires in here, right? And I'm an investor myself, I'm a business person myself. So there is a lot of piggybacking from each other that we can gain from seeing, oh, this is very efficient, this is very effective, how can I apply it to this? So even the way that our process works can be mirrored and be like, oh, wait a minute, so I can do that method, that process, and be able to be faster. Because the only way you can do 20, 30 flips a year, right, which is very, very bold, is if you have a system, which you are teaching them right now. You're showing them that system, that process, and they can continue to improve it more and more, right? So that helps all of us. Yeah.
No, great point, great point. And I guess the next question for us would be more, you know, we're working with you, the architect. What is a typical, I guess, timeline and budget that one should keep in mind when working with an architect on the flip?
So it all depends on the kind of flip, right? So not all flips are created equal. Correct. So we see that. We see some, you know, some of our flips, we've been very fortunate that most of our flips sell for over $1 million. Most of our houses that we renovate, which depends on location and all these different things. But we also do a lot of two families too, right? So there are flips for two families that we've been doing in Somerville, a ton of them. So the typical timeline varies on the level of intensity of the flip. Typical flip that I get a call for is, I'm going to remove this main wall, I'm going to create an open concept, and I'm going to put a nice kitchen in here. The rest, I'm just going to renovate, take, and put right back in with new stuff. That could take a week and a half or a week. That's very simple. I'm just gonna size an LBL, and I'm gonna lay out a little kitchen, and you're gonna give that to your kitchen designer, company, and then we're just gonna use that. That's very quick. I mean, 2 weeks you have that done. That's very simple. But let's say you want to reconfigure rooms, reconfigure roof, do a dormer, right? Add additions, right? Most surveyors, you wouldn't need a survey if you have an addition. So most surveyors are flat out busy all the way to like 6, 7, 8 months. Wow. Not the kind of timeline that a developer would want to hear. No. So good thing is Flow Design does have an in-house surveyor.
Oh, perfect.
we decided that we were going to acquire a surveying team and we are going to work together so that our flips move faster. And not only our flips, all of our projects move faster. So we typically do a 2 weeks timeline, which is now going up to 3 and 4 because it's been really, really demanding. It's been really busy. So, and I guess that's a good thing. Yeah. So the moment you start doing additions, and we do our zoning review and know that, okay, no setbacks, no problems, property, that takes 2 weeks, right? From beginning to end, an average flip, even with additions and dormer renovations, may take anywhere design-wise from 3 to 6 weeks, sometimes 8. But doesn't mean that you're just sitting not doing anything during those 8 weeks. In my opinion, which is what I recommend, we'll get you a demo permit. We'll get you a preliminary design for the first floor. And we call that fast track. That actually has a premium. So cost-wise, I am compelled to not give exact prices right now because at the time of recording, prices are one thing with inflation all the way up to 9.1%. So we don't really, it wouldn't be fair to say, well, that's what it cost then. Right. That's what it costs now. But I can give you averages, and that's fine. That's perfect. Right? So on average, I can do a flip all the way from $2,000 to $8,000. Okay. Right? So $2,000 to $10,000, and that might be a 2-family too included on that average, right? So it's we could do a flip for a 2-family, and the package includes a bunch of different things that, if it's a 2-family, you're going to need to do condo documents. You still need to do a survey anyways. You need to get the Mylar printed. There's a lot of things. And we are some of the most affordable out there by a lot. We're probably going to change that. But hey, I'll tell you right now, since we're in the class, anybody that comes and says, I watched the class and I was there, we'll treat them really good. We'll honor these prices even if the prices go up over time, which is a credit I already have for taking this class. And I put my money where my mouth is. So what I say is what I do. So why? Because it's going to be easier to work with somebody that has already taken this class. Because they already follow the process. So that's an average, right? And there are things, hiccups that come in, like if you need me to represent you in zoning. I actually do not recommend a lot of flips that involve zoning, personally, to be done, because they unless the deal was so good that you could even wait 3 months to go to zoning, get it approved, and you would still make a lot of money, right? Because zoning scares a lot of people, but it's not scary to me. That's what I do, right? So it's not scary. That also gives you a lot of leverage because you can get things approved that the property currently doesn't have. You could even just sell it after you get approval from zoning because that already has money. You already flipped that property technically, right? You might have gotten approved to be a 2-family when it's a single family. That already is money, right? You might have already gotten approvals to do this dormer and this addition, which somebody will be frightened to do, but they already have the approval. So that's, the averages and times depend on all of those levels of intensity, but 2-3 weeks for the little super easy one, 6 weeks, 8 weeks maybe some of the more difficult ones. It also depends on when you call. Why? Because we're in New England right now. This class, everybody's seeing it everywhere. I do projects in Florida as a Darguin Fortuna architect. But the timelines are different there too. And here we got snow country, right? So we get snow piled up. Right. So do you think my surveyor is going to go survey with -10 degrees out there? No. No. We're going to wait. We're going to have to wait. I can have all my permit drawings, my demo permit drawings done, but the surveyor can't go there. And now even us can't go measure there because most of those buildings are full gut. They don't have insulation. They don't have heating. So we're not going to go freeze ourselves. Yeah. So that starts creating delays. If it rains, it creates delays. So those things need to be allotted on the contingencies. And we try very hard to stay within the timeline we say. So our timeline is including contingencies. It's including that it may rain, and that's included there, right? So that we deliver. And that's that answers your question.
Yeah, perfect. Because it can take anywhere between 2 to 8 weeks, but that's obviously them giving themselves cushion in case there's any situations that are unexpected or natural things that occur that cause delays, right? So we're working with you as the architect. I personally hired you, and it was an amazing experience.
Thank you.
Can you explain a little bit more as far as like what you provide the flipper? Because when it comes to me, and I'm assuming most of your clients, I received renderings. It was an amazing video that you guys can actually see in the course. Basically, a walkthrough of what the actual home would look like post renovations. And you also gave me a set of plans to basically provide to the construction workers. Now, this to me was key because when I first received it, I was like, what is this? I had no idea what architectural plans were. It was like a big thing of like a whole, so many different pages, and I didn't understand it. But to my surprise and my knowledge, the contractors, the electricians, the HVAC technicians, the general contractors, they all read it like it was something that they read in elementary school.
Yeah, I know. So quick shout out there too, by the way. We because as I told you at the beginning of the interview, I want to serve a greater community, right? So we want to serve a lot of underdogs that would have never been able to flip a house or know anything about construction or know anything about design. So we try to make things really easy. And in our YouTube channel, if anybody subscribes and watches, we have classes into how to read these plans, what they mean one by one, and that's free. Actually, that's a bonus right there. But you wouldn't know that unless we said it here first. But because of that, because that can be very tedious and very confusing.
Yes, of course.
And so on that, answering your question, and I'll say, very rarely would many of the competitor architects do the things that we do, because of the feedback we've been getting. So building inspectors and clients across the board and other engineers and architects that have seen our work have called us and complimented us on what we deliver. We've been trying to deliver a full comprehensive package that people won't even have to ask questions. It's like, it's all there, right? So the process also yields a result. We have our 4-step process. In our 4-step process, you're gonna get a package with the existing conditions of the property, step 1. You're gonna get a package of the envision of the property, step 2, pictures, concepts, ideas, what you wanna do. You're gonna get on step 3, 2 design options. We always do 2 design options, right? Because there's a million ways of doing things.
Right.
And we deliver 2 that make the cut. Doesn't mean that we've only done 2. Right. We've probably done 8, probably 10. Real quick sketches, right? Not every great idea is really a great idea, right? It's like, oh, that wasn't really a good idea. I thought that driving to Florida with 3 children was a great idea. It wasn't a good idea. No, it wasn't. I had to stop every time. So there are a lot of ideas that, so we do show you the 2 that make the cut, the 2 that we think are the creme of the creme, right? Like the best. So well, we do have a favorite one within the package. Nice. And on that package, of the 2 options. So backtracking a little bit, on the existing package, you get floor plans, each level, you get elevations of each level, and you get a 3D of your property as it is on black and white. This is what it looks. On step 2, you get all of these images, some of the ones you provided, and some of the ones we see that fit. The way I see it is like, have you gone shopping online where Amazon says, you may like this? Is that a suggestion, right? So you may want that. So you do your package of the step 2, telling us what you envision, and then we say, I think looking at everything you want here, you probably want this also. Or maybe you mean this. It's like, is that what you mean? Right? And we have you sign and approve that package as, that's the direction I want. So, and you get that there. So then on step 3, you get the 2 design options, and the 2 design options will have floor plans, elevations, and perspectives. So you're gonna see 3Ds of what it looks like. The level of rendition, like how beautiful the rendering is with the colors and all that, depends on how much you pay, honestly. Because we have it on different levels of services. We have, we divided it into Ionic, Doric, and Corinthian, which is the levels of the Greek columns.
The Greek columns, yeah.
Yeah, so you probably have seen all of them. So the Corinthian is the most elaborate and detailed one, right? Many flippers don't want the Corinthian. So many flippers want either the Doric or the Ionic. Right, so the middle line or the first one. And what it means is that it will get you what you need to get a permit and move forward, but it probably won't be as detailed because you will guide your builders on how detailed that needs to be. You know what I mean? So there are some Corinthian flips. We've done some Corinthian flips. They sell really above, one of them sold 300,000 above asking. Wow. They put an offer all the way from California to the house here in Natick, and they got it, and they didn't even visit the building, which is amazing.
That actually happened with the flip with Woburn. So we actually had, the buyers were from North Carolina. Yeah. They went to the house. The real estate agent was literally recording and doing like, I think it was like a Zoom, where they were like basically recording the whole house, and they were so amazed with it that they literally 40 minutes after the first open house, they put an offer of $25,000 over asking.
Did you know? That's it.
And that's to show you the quality of having a good architect, because if you guys saw the house before, it was all over the place. And then the design that Darwin created, it was just magnificent, open space, a master suite, a master spa. You guys see it, right? So it was a beautiful flip, and that's the type of quality that you want. This is why you want a good architect on your team to because they can help you sell your house for more, you know, if you do it the right way.
Exactly, and on that step 3 that I told you, that package 3, right? So you get to see things you didn't even think were possible within that property, because we do 2 different options, and we add a little bit here and say, well, that won't break the budget, right? Like that will really work out and it will add a lot of value. So we will look at that and we'll offer that, right? So after one of those options gets approved with detail, maybe there's some suggested changes to the option. Maybe you want a combination of the 2 options. Maybe you want option 1 with something else you saw recently, right? And we do that and we edit it. We then create a construction documents package. The construction documents package is actually a completely different style of drawings. The other ones are little 11 by 17 design drawings. These ones are 24 by 36 set of drawing, right? They now start getting our stamp of the architect. The first ones, we don't put them, they're just schematics, because these ones are going to the building department, right? So those ones will include a cover sheet that tells people what the project's all about, tells the building inspector what the project's all about, a description of the project and the property and things like that. The team is right there, you know, who is the plumber, who is the, if there's a plumbing engineer, structural engineer, electrical engineer, surveyor, that's there. Second sheet shows a thorough zoning and code analysis of the property. So that's all the codes are applicable to this property, all the zoning requirements that we are meeting and how we're meeting them, it's all on that second sheet. The third sheet includes life safety plans. The life safety plans are generally for the building inspector and for the fire marshal when they're, because they gotta approve this, the fire deputy, whoever is in charge on the fire department. So that includes smoke detectors, sprinkler systems if that happens to be the case, carbon monoxide detectors, egress windows, egress wells, anything life safety. Where tempered glass needs to be used for safety, anything life safety. Fire separations, if there's a garage that needs to, that's attached, it needs to be separated. So all of that is on those life safety plans. And then we go through construction plans, right? Which are the real construction with dimensions for the builder to be able to locate where the walls go and how the walls go, right? So we do that, we put all of that in there one by one. And that has a lot of keys that connect to other drawings that are a little bit bigger, where you can see, now I see what the bathroom really looks like, because the bathroom on that scale is hard to read. But we blow it up, like zoom in, right? And you see it bigger and you see where everything is on that, right? We call out everything detail by detail. We typically enlarge bathrooms, and we typically enlarge stairs, certain stairs. We typically enlarge kitchens, for sure, so because they need to be clearly shown, right? So we show that. Then we have a series of exterior elevations, where we show the exterior and what we're trying to do with the exterior. We show a roof plan, where we show what the roof is being done. And this is not necessarily the order, but I'm just telling you that package. And then we have a sheet that's door and window schedule. That's huge. A lot of people tell me, I hired somebody that didn't give me a door and window schedule. And I say, how would you know what size windows you needed to use and which ones complied to the code and which ones didn't? Right. I didn't. It was a nightmare. Had to go through the plans and count one by one. That already saves people time, because they can grab that window and door schedule that shows what doors need to be fire rated, what doors need to be 36-inch egress doors, what doors don't need to be, right? And the type and the finish. And they can just send that all the way to their dealer, their place where they buy that, and they can get a quote instantly, right? Relatively quickly. So that helps. Windows are covered there. Details for windows are covered there, and doors also. So that's that one sheet. Then we have another one, sometimes millwork or custom-made elements. Custom-made bench, custom-made cubbies, custom-made, certain elements that are made just for this project that you will never see anywhere else. Fireplace, custom-made, you know, insert fireplace design, where everything is for that to be able to work. And those are like almost like gadgets, right? Like the gadgets that make the difference. The bragging rights. You know, my house has this fireplace. You know what I mean? Like all of that's detailed stuff. And then we have a framing plan, where we show where all the structural elements are going to go. Foundation plan, framing plan, where all the members are. LBLs and things like that. Then we also have a coordination plan, where we show where we want all of our switches and all of our outlets. And we sometimes show the furniture so that they know we want the bed to go this way, we want the outlet to go this way, because there's going to be a side table, there's going to be this, there's going to be that. And it's special requirements too. There may be some special requirements. We show them there for, well, we need internet here, we need cable there, we need an outlet here, we need a, you know what I mean? Like certain things that are very particular, we show them there. We also do a lighting plan.
Yeah.
We show all of the lights and the locations where we envision them to go. You don't necessarily have to do them like that. You can reduce the amount. We sometimes overkill with the amount of lights that we put, but it does give your electrician a guideline for how he can go about laying out his lights. Makes it so much easier, right? Helps the plumber to, when he sees the coordination plan, to know, okay, here's the toilets, here's where all these elements go. Great, right? And then we also have a sheet with some renderings, 3D renderings for the big picture, and we add that in there. And depending on the level of service, we do the video, which we show the entire house, right? We put it on our YouTube channel. They can go watch it. They can share it with everybody. Here's what I'm building, right? And that helps a lot of people too, to envision where they're going. It's very important to have that. So we add that. And that's generally your package. Then you get also an attachment with the code analysis on an 8.5 by 11 and a full report of all the structural members that we have sized. You give that with the framing plans to your lumberjar, and they will know what to do, right? So that stamped, engineered, all of the members are there. And I think generally that's what we give. Right. So additional services typically are visits that you may want me to do. Like, Darwin, I have a question. I want you to come in and take a look at something. So that's typically additional. For most of our clients, because most people like to do their own construction supervision. They like to do all their own GCing and you know, they like to do all of their management of the entire construction. So we just go in whenever any questions are there. And sometimes we go there for free. And you're like, what, free? If it's something that wasn't reasonably clear on the drawings, I would say, no, it's my bad. The ILVL wasn't shown there. But I'll tell you, it's this size and this amount, and you don't have to pay me for this. But if it was reasonably there, you just didn't see it, or somebody didn't care to look at it, that would be an additional charge, and I would come and charge for the site visit and things like that. Yeah.
And this is, I guess, another example of the importance of having an architect. You know, they're basically building the roadmap, a very detailed plan as far as what needs to be done. So one thing that, for an example, Gary Vee mentions is reverse engineer your goal. So you're basically reverse engineering the house. You know, you're starting with the end first, you know, in mind, you know, what you want the house to look like, and you're basically giving this full roadmap to everybody that needs to receive it, from the inspectional departments, the contractors, the electricians, the HVAC technicians, the general contractors, even the plumbers. You know, they're all getting the information that they need to make sure that they're making your dream come true and building this house the way you want it, and that meets code and requirement. So there's really great information.
Yeah, there's one bonus too that I didn't mention that people get.
There's more.
Yeah, that's right. So in fact, it's probably some of the most important one, and is, you know, many other designers or architects may just deliver those drawings and they're out, right? That's it. We also do speak with the inspectors. We also do talk to any of the municipalities that will be approving this, the authority having jurisdiction, because we want to make sure, do you get it? Do you understand it? Was it all clear? Is it all good? Right? Sometimes also many developers don't know how to apply for the permit, and they don't know who should apply for the permit, right? The contractor can apply for the permit with his license. The owner can apply for the permit with his ownership of the building, right? For single families in Massachusetts, you are allowed to do that as an owner. We can apply for the permit also, and sometimes we guide people. And if you go to our YouTube channel, we have a whole video into how to apply for a building permit, which applies to most municipalities here because they're using similar systems. One is Viewpoint Cloud, another one is Citizen Cloud or something like that. They use similar systems. So do you know how to do that? Because you're faced with all these questions. Yeah. And the goal is not to have a beautiful set of plans. The goal is to have a beautiful building. And to get the building, you got to get the permit so that you can build it, get the inspections, pass inspections, and be done. So on that process, we get calls from the inspectors, and we answer them, and we guide the owner and the team. Well, what he means is X. Sometimes also, there is a situation in which the inspector may not be able to go to the site, which happened in your case. Right. Inspector couldn't go to the site, and he required an affidavit by the architect stating that that structure was correct, that the structure was proper. Right? So there are incidents in which the building department is closed, an act of God, some situation. But you got to keep making your money. You got to keep building. So the architect can go there and certify that that insulation was proper, certify that that structural was proper, certify that that met and complied with the code. And that will save you a lot of time and money, because for you to schedule an inspection when there is an act of God might take months, versus you already have that done by a professional that knows what he's doing, and It's over. You can just close your walls and move forward. Because that part, many of you probably will be, I'm done with everything. I just want to close my walls and paint and put some, it's like, well, that closing the walls takes a little while. So if somebody can sign off on it and make it move, you're saving money in there. And that's just a couple costs. It's not even a lot of money. So it's very quickly, something simple. Yeah.
So this is the full picture of what you guys should be expecting when working with an architect. I wanted to showcase, what you guys need to provide, what you guys should expect to receive, and how to kind of go about the whole process in working with a spectacular architect. On the flip side, however, I wanted to, based off your experience, I wanted to, this course is meant to protect and help, our students from making the typical mistakes that most flippers make by not getting courses, by not seeking mentorship, by not working with professionals. So we really want to help try to avoid as much as possible some of the pitfalls that first-time flippers that have no education on how to flip. We want to help you guys avoid mistakes. Based off your experience, what are some of the biggest mistakes that you've seen first-time flippers make?
Yeah. A lot of, it takes a lot of courage to be a flipper.
Yes.
It takes a lot of courage to be an entrepreneur, period, right? Yeah. And more so if maybe English is your second language, your background isn't in finance or building, you didn't even go to college. There are a lot of things that are like, oh my goodness, this is all confusing. And because of that, many people don't seek help. They don't seek counsel from anybody, right? So they just go on and start doing things. And because that courage is inspired by the passion of building and doing. They're like, I'm going to do this, right? There's the problem with that, and it's the fact that then they start building and they don't even know what they're building, they don't even know when they're going. So oftentimes we get calls, probably the number one call from a lot of investors we get is, I have a stop work order, and I don't even know why.
What is a stop work order?
So a stop work order is basically a complaint against whoever's building there, saying that they first didn't get a permit, and second, are doing things in violation of the regulations of that particular town. Right? It might have been the neighbor that saw it, and people, oh, the neighbors are gossip. It's not that. We have a process. We have a procedure, and it makes all of us better. Because if everybody was to do whatever, whenever, we will have chaos. Right. And we wouldn't be the place we are, which we are very happy to be. So that's the first one. We get these stop work orders because they install an LVL. They didn't even size the LVL. Nobody knew. They knock a wall down, and they didn't even know if it was a structure or not. They just did it, right? So we get stop work orders for all of these different things. And it is, I said it at the beginning, it takes a lot of courage and energy and passion to go ahead and do something like this, right? Because it's not something mom and dad did. It's not something everybody's doing, right? So if it was easy, everybody would be doing it, right? So that's the number one call I get. And it's triggered because of that desire to work and act, which is actually coming in good faith. They just want to move things forward. They just want to build this thing and make money. But they probably didn't even know that they needed a permit. They needed to go talk to the town. They needed to get an architect involved. They needed an engineer. They didn't know. And that's sad, right? So that's why we're educating people here. And that, a lot of the things we've said here right now alone are actually very, very helpful for them. They're going to save a lot of money just by knowing this information that we have here. So that's one. Don't work without a building permit. So the other one is, I guess, don't work without an architect from the very beginning, because that will start triggering a lot of mistakes, a lot of issues along the way, and we hate having to clean up somebody else's mess. Nobody likes to clean up somebody else's mess. So I don't like the stop work orders, but that's how they come to us, and then we guide them. Get the architect, talk to him. He will guide you through what the permits are, what you need to do, right? So don't start building without a building permit. Don't think that you can do that. Just ask. When in doubt, always call. Always call the architect. I sometimes don't even want people to call the building department. Wow. So that's another one I don't like. I don't like that because it's almost like you have a matter. Could be a infraction, a driving ticket or whatever, right? So and you start talking to people and whatever. Like, get an attorney, and the attorney will be very upset if you are talking yourself, because you need representation. So in the business of architecture, we are your agent. There you go. Right? Your agent in real estate, the agent talks for you. Okay. And that sometimes people are very excited to do things themselves, and they're hurting themselves, and they don't even know. They start calling building departments, telling them what they're doing and what, and then derailing the things. And then the inspectors start getting a little upset. Many times they don't speak even English, and the inspector is very frustrated. And then when we come on board, the inspector is like, oh my gosh, it's been a nightmare. They probably think I hate them, but I don't. It's just a nightmare. They didn't get an architect. They started putting LBLs without it, and it's a nightmare, right? So don't install LBLs without being sized by an engineer. That's another one, right? An architect or an engineer that can size that LBL. Don't think that because it worked on the previous flip, it will work on this flip, right? Not, yesterday truth is today is nothing, right? So you don't even follow that. So that's another one that I don't want people to do, and they keep doing sometimes, right? So, and it's all that desperate sort of moving forward on things out of sequence, right? Calling people out of sequence. So on that end, those are the calls we get. We get calls on things being installed without being cleared, right? Building without a building permit, not knowing that they can't do that addition because they're on the setbacks, right? They don't know that. So a lot of those answers get resolved. Those issues get resolved easily early on. Later on, they start costing 3 times more, right? Because if I do a flip, put it in perspective, for anywhere from like $2,000 to $10,000, let's start in there, right? Well, and you call me to mitigate the problem, I'm going to charge you for first going to mitigate the problem. Then I'm going to charge you for doing the drawings. Then I'm going to charge you for going to zoning and fighting the matter. Then I'm going to charge you for cleaning the stop work order. It ends up being 15. And you're like, and I didn't save time, and I lost, you know what I mean? And it doesn't work. So those are some typical things, that I also don't want people to start just putting things on the building without clearance from the architect after the design was done. So what I mean by that is there is improvements that can be made during construction. That's true. Call the architect even to ask. They might not ask. They might not charge you for that. Just call, because we design things the way they are, and there are things you may not know, and I don't even want to explain to you. I don't want to explain to you that panel is a not-touch panel. That's an electrical panel. That's going to be a problem. I don't want to even tell you imagine if I was to explain every 2x4 that's in a building and every little inch. It would be a nightmare. But if you tell me, I am planning on doing X, Y, and Z right now, I just saw an opportunity within the building, I opened up a wall that we were going to demo anyway, and we can do a really cool closet here. What do you think? We may be able to design that very quickly and make it work and not trigger all the things that you didn't know about, right? So it's all along the lines of always ask, right? Don't assume, ask, double check, right? Don't start work without a permit. Don't start doing additions without a permit. Don't close walls without the walls being cleared. That's another one. They close all the walls, they put insulation, they never pass framing inspection. So then they're going to have to rip all the walls down, and they're going to have to tear it down. It's over. So those are some typical ones, and we can go on and on because that could be unlimited, right? So there's a lot of ones, but
that's amazing. I mean, we have a lot of that information. This is why we follow a process. This is why we give you guys the process that you guys are going to be following to avoid these pitfalls, which Darwin really explained really well. So I think now, I mean, this has been great, a great interview, great course, great information that you provided, Darwin. For our viewers here, you've explained a lot that you have different YouTube channels where you guys can continue your education in regards to architecture, because although you don't need to become an expert or you don't need to become an architect yourself, it's good to become at least acclimated with like certain terminology, certain information, so you guys have a better understanding. So as you keep doing your flips, you guys are getting better and better through each flip. So if you can explain, we're gonna have it in the we're gonna have the links down in the bottom. But if you can give us your handles.
So we have our YouTube channel, which we're very proud of. We've been working very, very hard with our director of media, Edwin. So, and Flow Design Architects is the name. So you go to YouTube, right, Flow Design Architects, and there is all of this educational content in there, free to the public. So that's one. We also have a YouTube Instagram. So that's Flow Design Architects. You go to Flow Design Architects and you're gonna see it there. We see all the content there. I also have a little side hustle. So I have Fortuna Flow, which is a channel in which I talk to people about investments in general. Okay. Recently only about crypto and things like that and stock, but we're gonna be talking about flipping. We're gonna be talking about Airbnbs and things like that, different hooks and different life hooks, different life hacks that you're like, wow, I can make money that way? Yeah, you can, and it's legal. It's all good, you know what I mean? So different things like that. So We also are thankful to Caperuco TV, which is the team that's behind most of the media that we have. Caperuco TV, Desde Films, are all behind us, and they have that's a YouTube channel that I recommend everybody to follow. In general, just to stay together. Like the more we stay together, the better. But Flow Design Architects for sure, because that's the place where you can get a lot of content on YouTube. In general, zoning reviews, code analysis, typical mistakes people make. In general, any of that's going to be there.
That's amazing.
But yeah, thank you for having me,
No,
man.
thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you. It was a pleasure working with you. I wanted to give my students the best. You are the best.
Thank you.
If you guys are doing local projects, he also does different states as well, so keep that in mind if you want to reach out to him. His contact information is below. But on to the next course, guys. I definitely hope that this helped you guys and gave you a lot of insight and information so you guys can have a complete project with a great architect.
Excellent. Thank you so much, man. So, well, welcome to our office. First time that you come here.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Amazing.
You know, so you're going to be one of those lucky ones, I guess, to see the old office and probably the new office coming soon.
I'm excited.
So we always just greet people with our, you know, condecorations and things like that, you know, or credentials, right? Because that's very important. So we are licensed in, I think, 4 to 5 states. Actually, the licenses don't fit on the wall, so we have just some of them. We have some of them actually.
What are the states that you cover again?
So I am licensed in Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Florida.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if you guys are in those locations, you guys can actually reach out to Flow Design.
That's right. So we went to the Boston Architectural College, me and Marcos, both of us. So we have my degree and his degree there. And these are the 2 condecorations I mentioned to you before, being NCARB, which allows me to basically be licensed anywhere in the United States, including also Puerto Rico, Canada, Mexico, and Australia, New Zealand, I think it is too.
Wow.
There's different places because of that, yeah. And I'm part of the American Institute of Architects, which is basically our credential, like, or institute, right, or representing body, right? So that's that. Funny story. The first license I ever got, the first license was in Maine.
Really?
Yeah.
It was in Massachusetts?
It was not Massachusetts.
Oh, wow.
I'll tell you why. So my daughter, Eviana, was being born the same week that I had already passed all my exams and finished everything. And that week I called Maine and I asked, I want to be an architect. I want to call myself an architect, at least in Maine, because you cannot call yourself an architect in a state that you're not licensed. You know, I'm an architect here, but I am not an architect in, let's say, California, right? Okay. So I could say I am an architect in Massachusetts, but not there. So I just needed that. I just needed to say I'm an architect, right? So you work so hard, you pass all the exams, you wanted to. So I called her and I became friends with the person that runs the board. And I was like, listen, if my girl's been born tomorrow, I really want to have my license the same day that my daughter is born. So I don't think this says when I got the license.
But it's her birthday.
But it was, yeah, it was in August.
Oh, her birthday was yesterday.
So no, her birthday is this week.
Oh, okay.
But it's not the way they issued the time they issued it wasn't when she was born, because you know you go to the hospital, it takes a little while to get the baby out, right? So it took a little while. It wasn't until the 10th that she was born.
Wow.
So she was born on August 10th. So so that's
her gift.
That's right. That's right. So that was actually very fun to get that one, because they were the only ones that could give it to me within 24 hours.
Wow.
So they gave it to me, and immediately, you know, we were at the basement, right, grinding at the basement.
Of course.
So that's that. You know, we have our little greeting area. This part right here is our interiors department. So we have samples of different finishes, carpets, some of the brands that we use and recommend when we're working on projects.
Okay.
So in general, it just really helps to show people, you know, the textures, the colors, and things like that, you know. And we also have some of our models from when I was in college. So this is my thesis project, which is actually all the way at the right too. That was my final board when I graduated.
Wow.
And at the top we have Marcos's models from when he went to school too.
I like them.
We already have 2 awards. This is one of them. We also became the Boston Home Magazine Rising Star Architect, which is awesome. So that felt good.
Congrats.
So we have that, and some models in here showing processes and things like that for the design. But most of these are finishes in general for, you know, the projects that we do.
Where do you guys kind of get your inspiration and like design?
So, well, inspiration comes from everywhere, right? So, but we do follow other like channels, like other websites. There's websites that we go to, and we keep ourselves always looking at things. Always, we get books, new books from new architects all the time. So that that starts in life. Every day, right? Every day in life, everywhere you go, you're like, oh, that's a really cool thing. So you keep always tracking it, So we try to track a lot. We have a lot of books. So most of them are gonna be showcased when we move.
Okay.
But that's that. And one thing I always mention to people is that we didn't want to just get IKEA furniture or any just generic furniture. All of our desks we got in custom made.
Wow.
So all of them were made the color we wanted them, the style we wanted them. I got inspired from an office I worked at, and I really liked that. They didn't have the cubbies, so I added the cubbies, and we matched all of them. But turns out that the woodworker that did those is not the woodworker that did this. So you can see with the legs are
kind of see
thicker.
the difference.
But we wanted to keep it all consistent and cohesive, This was the first office we ever had, ever since the basement. Because I have my basement, and then from the basement we moved here.
Oh, you literally started in the basement.
We started at the bottom.
That's not just a story.
Started at the bottom, now we're here, right?
I love it.
So, but, and I always show people this. This is how we started. It was just a black desk, a little $50 desk that we got at Staples.
Wow.
And me and Julio. It was just me and Julio. Marcos was still working full-time at his job, so he didn't join us until shortly after, relatively soon. But this space looked humongous.
Wow.
Now it's tiny.
Now it's tiny.
We don't fit in here.
And you're even this is tiny. He's moving.
I don't show myself too much because I look a lot better now.
Of course.
It's like
usually the case, right?
It's like I guess
he's always improving.
The profession is helping me. So and we showcase some of our bigger projects. So this is a 24 to 28 unit project in Fitchburg that we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Fitchburg is changing them.
It is. That's one of them. This is one of the projects that we typically showcase in our sample document.
I love that.
We did this one for a client in Natick. They saw the house that sold for like $300,000 above asking price and said, "I want you to make me one like it."
Wow.
We try to make.
And these are like more modern style.
Yeah. So in Natick that sells too.
Okay.
People like it, and that's the house. That's the house that he saw that he wanted me to make like it.
I've seen that house.
So I said, no, I'm not gonna make you one like it. We're gonna make you something that goes with your house, right? So that's that one.
That's beautiful.
So and like I said, we tried. One thing I didn't like from other offices, I didn't like offices, and I'm not trying to criticize other architects, but any office that didn't give me the feel of creativity and design and building and making, I didn't like. So I worked at offices that had engineering, mechanical, plumbing, structural all together in-house, and it felt very like you couldn't even breathe. You know what I mean? Like it was very like quiet, and now it's quiet here because we don't want to have music in the background or whatever. But it felt boring.
Right.
It really just felt boring. And I didn't go to architectural school to be bored. No. I like making, I like cutting, I like making models, I like doing all these things. I want to see things, I want to see colors, I want to see everything. So more and more, every time I see that I would build the office, we were like, it's got inspired design. The custom-made furniture, the custom-made peanut boards, right? All of those we got to make for ourselves, us, right? We wanted it to feel like a little museum, and we show all of our work and things like that.
I love it.
I didn't want, some places didn't even have pinup space.
Wow.
And me coming out of architectural school, we have like all the walls are pinnable, so you can put drawings anywhere.
Oh, wow.
So I didn't want to go to an office that didn't have pinup space. I want to pin up my work.
It makes the most sense.
So we started making all of those. And
I love that.
Yeah, and they were not cheap at all. These things were all really to get them made.
Wow.
But that's it, Also, offices that have one screen, I can't do it with one screen. We need
You're
two.
more productive with two. I completely agree.
I need two. One office actually had four. I thought that was overkill.
That's overkill, yeah. I think two is a good number.
Yeah, so with everything, even selecting the computers, the memory of the computers, I've been very judicial about making sure that it has the power that they need, the softwares that they need, paying for the licenses that everybody needs. We still do need to get a couple of other things, but technology keeps coming up. But we want to be ahead,
This is amazing.
Yeah, I don't want to be behind technology. Don't want to be one of those.
And I noticed that you don't have cubicles that separate everybody. This is very bringing everybody together.
It helps people out in communicating and learning from each other. For instance, Rai talks to Jose. Jose is one of the senior members of Flow, and she gets to pick up some ideas there and learn, and they get to look at each other. If people have their own cubicle, oh, Billy,
they're isolated.
I had cubicles in one of the offices I worked at. I just hated
I hated it
every
so.
second of it. I just hated it.
Yeah.
I can't be at a place that didn't feel fun, you know. So we put some Sonos speakers here. We have music.
Okay.
Oftentimes it's blasting when I'm not around,
I can imagine.
and then it's blasting when I'm around, when I'm just alone.
Okay.
All by myself. I
That's
get
fun.
wine and I stay here until 10 p.m. And Tim sees me. Tim's laughing right there. Tim sees me. He's like, "What's going on?" It's like, single divorce architect
I
enjoying the life.
understand.
But it's gotta be fun.
Right.
It has to be fun. You have to enjoy. You have to have passion. You have to love what you do. So that's the environment we're building. And the new office will be a lot more of that. Like fun, but another level. Like the next season of flow design. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So in general, we try to have all of this, as organized as possible.
And how many employees did you have versus how many you have now?
So we were me and Julio and I.
Right.
That's how it started. Then we got Marcos was involved from the beginning,
But he still had his full
but
time.
he was working full time. He was just it was hard actually. He would drive after work late night and be here with me until 10 p.m. and drive 2 hours because he lives next to Amherst. You know Amherst?
He lives that far.
From Salem, Mass to New Salem, Mass.
Wow.
That's
dedication.
you probably didn't even know there was a town called New Salem.
No.
So there's Salem, Mass and New Salem, Mass. So he would drive all the way 2 hours in and 2 hours back, 4 hours. He's still doing it to date.
He still does
Full
that.
time, he drives. The only day he does not do it is Fridays. We all told him here at the office, listen, take Fridays off, work from home.
Yeah.
So he's got a nice setup at home, so he's enjoying life. But it
That's
takes a lot of commitment.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like, oh, Darwin this, Darwin that. Dude, I'm nothing. Without Marcos and without Julio, this would never exist.
Wow.
Because I'm crazy. I needed two crazy.
You needed more crazy
two
people
other
to-
crazy ones to join.
To go in together. No,
Yeah. So we try to we now have an office manager. She sits in here. She works Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays.
Okay.
That helps us out on collecting and moving things along. Right. We have our supply side.
I love this.
All of our supply, all of our hard hats. Try to keep it orderly too. And all of this is the team. Like Julio saying, well, we probably need these. Because I don't dictate like everything. You know what I mean? Like I'm not controlling
It's a
everything.
team effort.
Yeah. So we get
Everybody
it. We
has a
assemble it
voice.
together. We put it together. So they decided that we needed another office. They decided it themselves. If it was up to me personally, I'm so attached to this place.
I know.
I don't want to change my address. I think I probably already got a tattoo with my address in the back. We're gonna have to erase it.
Gotta scratch it off.
So yeah. So we I don't want to change my address. I hate changing my address. So that's the way that's the way it is.
good.
So change is being triggered by the team.
I
you
love
know?
it. Yeah.
We have all of our policies and things like that here.
Yeah.
With supplies, birthdays, which is very important. We go all out with the birthdays. Anybody that watches our YouTube channel sees and our Instagram.
Yeah.
We go all out with our
On
birthdays.
the next one, September 15th, I'll be here for the cake.
Yeah, that's actually Jose. So, and we had Marcos as recently too. We have some references of things that we gotta know and the
Yeah.
schedule so that we know when people are on vacation.
Okay.
Colors, typical things that we deal with, bathroom layouts, attic installation, tempered glass requirements, attic to become bedrooms, what we need to do, things like that in general. We have them in here. Egresses for basements, right? And things like that. When you need, what's the minimum opening size? The typical things that we have to, deal with.
Okay.
And I noticed you were looking at this right here.
Yeah, I love it. It's
Oh.
different, it's new design.
This one's coming
modern.
up soon, actually. We actually went to see this building.
In Revere.
Yeah, we went to see this building for the first time since it started construction this week. And we already did a whole video on this project. We actually, in my YouTube channel, I have a presentation where I talk about it. So this client comes to us and says, I saw your website, you're modern, you're diverse, you're different. I want you to make me an amazing two-family. And I'm like, cool, we'll do it. So he bought a lot in Revere. And that's about, you need to do your due diligence. The lot was too small, it was not developable.
Oh.
So he buys the non-developable lot.
Yeah.
And I say, well, this is dead, project's dead. Calls me another week, hey, I got another lot. I'm like, really? So yeah, come take a look. I take a look at the lot, very hilly, slopey lot, near Revere Beach. It looked almost really small, but it wasn't. Now looking at it, it wasn't. And he showed me this envision, the wish list, He wanted 2 pools, rooftop decks, skylights on the bathrooms, high-end stuff. And I was like, oh my goodness, is it really serious? We chose one design option, they didn't like it. Another design option, nope, it's not iconic enough. I want to be in magazines. And we said, you know what, let's combine Julio and Yvonne, one of my other designers. And we're going to go all out. This came.
Wow.
This whole thing came. So Julio orchestrated the interior very well, and Yvonne kind of massaged the exterior to go with the interior.
This is a 2-family.
This is a 2-family.
Wow. And what is this? What are they trying to sell? The
I
price
think
point,
each one's are gonna go at least 800,000 each.
800 each.
At
They'll
least.
probably get more.
Yeah. So they each have swimming pools for each one of them. Each one has a rooftop, and they have a deck outside too. So rooftop at the very top, and also a deck outside.
Okay.
So superb. I'm telling you, superb. One really cool thing about this property. And this one doesn't have it in here because we changed the layout. But the owner decided to take away an entire piece of the floor and have it double height all the way through. So the second floor bedrooms got smaller here because of that. So, but you can see all the way down and you can still see the ocean.
Oh my God.
It's super cool. You gotta watch that video.
Yeah, I gotta
it's
see
gonna
it.
come soon. It's gonna come. We're not right now editing.
This is honestly one of my dreams to do because I want to get my own property. But I think like with the way the prices are now, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I would prefer to buy the lot and get a new build and then just buy it out myself.
Sometimes you can find horrible properties that are worth less with buildings in them than empty.
Really?
Meaning buying a
already existing
horrible one that's about to fall down, demoing it and using that lot is worth more for you. It's better for you. It's cheaper than finding a good lot at a good location that you can build.
Wow. Okay.
So this one was a jewel. He found this one. We went all out. We did it. It's amazing.
Amazing. I love it.
It's
This
really
is
amazing.
Innovative.
So the way that the office is divided, which I didn't explain to you, is divided into 2. So Marco Severino has his own sort of group, and I have my own group. We share them, but we kind of work together, you know. And this side is basically my side, and that side is basically his side. So he has more people right now than me. But we do try to share and split and work together as a team. So Julio it's been with me. I would never trade him.
I wouldn't either, I mean.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what, Marcos, that's okay. I have Julio with me, and I sit at this corner. My desk is a mess. Absolutely a mess. It's just, you know, the way I am, very creative.
That's
so
amazing.
Tim is working here and watching Jay-Z at the left. That's just how he does it, you know.
Productive.
You know, yeah, that's
multitasking.
How it is.
That's
he's
how you
getting
gotta do
inspired, you know.
That's how you gotta do it.
Yeah, he's working good.
I used to do the same
It makes
thing.
me think that he doesn't need 2 screens. Probably just needs one.
He probably just needs one.
I might just take one. That's it. But you know, this is the office. This is how we flow. You know, this
is beautiful, man. I'm honestly just proud, you know, as a Latino, to see you progressing, building your team, and expanding. You know, that's huge. And you're innovative with your work, making different changes, changing literally communities.
That's right.
All around. I mean, that's amazing. That's something to be very proud of. Yeah. You know, and it was a pleasure working with you. With the flip.
When is the next flip?
Well, we gotta see. I mean, the market's crazy right now, but you know, I gotta find the deals.
And there is a strategy for every market, right?
Every market is.
Yeah. So there's always something. You figure something. In fact, we're working together with your class right here.
Let's make it happen.
You invited me. That's great. That's